Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to ISCM Forum's second India Supply Chain Planning Summit. I welcome you all. I would like to first welcome and thank all our industry leaders who have spared time and joined us today for the discussion. We welcome you and thank you all for being here today. Before we move ahead, let me take 2 minutes to introduce ISCM. As an institution, we are into education, research, training, consulting, and events. We have our certifications, courses, trainings, and events all around the ecosystem of supply chain. So I would request all of you all to spare some time and visit our stall to know more about our upcoming certifications and upcoming events calendar for the year. A big shout to our presenting sponsor today, SS Supply Chain Solutions, 3SC, for their support to the Summit. 3SC, an 8-year-old supply chain tech company led by CEO and founder Dr. Lalit Das across the globe. Powered by advanced analytics, their solutions guarantee enhanced customer experience by reducing cost and improving asset productivity. Their key products include demand curve, demand forecasting, sensing, dispatch for distribution planning, and many more. Do visit their stall as well to know more on their services, and you get a chance to interact with the team of 3SC Solutions. Once again, thanking 3SC Solutions for their support. I would also like to go ahead and thank our gold partner, SAP The Best Run, for their support to the Summit. Once again, let me thank all the speakers who have joined us today. In short while, we will have our industry leaders discussing interlinked themes of connected planning, agility, resilience, and technology. Thanking the speakers once again. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all the attendees who have made up this weekend coming down and being a part of the Summit. In case you have any clarification, you can rotate around the help desk. You will get a chance for your queries to be solved. Do visit the stall of ISCM and 3SC to know more about us. Thanking and welcoming all once again. And to do the kickstart, let me invite on stage Dr. Rakesh Singh for his theme address on synchronized short-term, medium, and long-term demand and supply chain planning goals. I invite Dr. Singh on stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaisal, and I invite all of you for the second Supply Chain Planning Summit organized by Institute of Supply Chain Management on the theme which is very relevant today and which has actually jolted the world of supply chain. And one thing that remains very pertinent in the process of understanding planning, both demand and supply chain planning, is uncertainty. And it is uncertainty that's bringing a huge amount of need for connected, resilience, and intelligent planning. And we have gathered practicing leaders who have been dealing with the challenges for the period of the pandemic, and who have also been thinking very creatively to create short-term, medium-term, long-term approaches to planning and mitigating risk arising out of it. I thought to set the context of discussion in this particular planning summit, let me put together a few thoughts and and then start the panel discussions, starting with the keynote panel, then going into resilient panel. And one where we thought is very important is that even if you look at history of planning and history of supply chain planning, or the whole process and tools around it, I think there has always been a dichotomy between the planning tools on the one hand and organizational agility and its processes on the other hand, leading to suboptimal impact on the organizations. Today, I think let me be a little short in terms of saying, what are the basic global logistics challenges? And I think if you just recollect Suez Canal, the world largest, the green one, which has been patronized by every country in the world and every shipping company in the world. But sea routes like Suez Canal, Panama Canal, Strait of Malacca, Dover, etc., are core routes linking major continents and passing through countries with high import-export demands. But every route is vulnerable, like the Suez Canal, which led to huge amount of stoppage, and stoppage led to huge amount of constraint and accentuated the problem of containers across the globe. And it also, in fact, impacted the global trade patterns. And if you see the global trade patterns in the last 2.5 years, it has been zigzag. But what we see, if you use some heuristic and algorithm and start looking at the world trade, we start looking at the world trade. One thing which becomes very clear in this sense is that flows between blocks to shift dramatically. And I think the world trade, its dynamic and trade lanes and composition, it's just not the e-commerce which has changed everything, but the world trade composition is shifting in a significant way. And for a country like India, where, because this is Indian Supply Planning Senate, one basic challenge that is going to emerge in the global trade is that not only from the supply side, but also from the demand side. And we have seen that the demand is dramatically changing. I think we have coped up well, our exports have gone up, but there are a lot of trends that needs to be monitored by a company in order to facilitate global trade and global exports and manage supply and demand. If you look at the supply side, not only Suez Canal, but you look at California port is in trouble, Los Angeles and Long Beach dynamics are not, they couldn't solve the problem. If you look at Ningbo, Jisan port, I think one element that is there is that there are a lot of vessels waiting on the anchors, and that is accentuating the problem in a big way. And not only that, if you see the Antien port in the month of June and July blocked the whole of the South China Sea in a big way, leading to huge delays in the overall supply chain that we saw. And this has been a major matter of concern on the supply side, because the world somehow seems to have believed in internationalization of the world, that's globalization. And I think the labor arbitrage has been the major reason for the kind of the world that we have actually created in terms of supply chains during the global processes. And that is now being a big challenge to the companies who are trying to secure their supplies and burning their hand at that. If you look at planning, and from this particular basic perspective, I would say that if you add one or two more things before we get into the changing context of planning, this is the first time that the demand stopped. It's not demand did not decline gradually as a process that happened in the 2008 financial crisis. Demand stopped across the world as the countries went into the COVID restrictions. And as demand stopped, there were a lot of pantry buying that happened when the economy opened. And we have seen this, the surges and dramatic surges in demand that has happened, including one which is happening in major part of the world today amidst a crisis. And hence, the whole supply chain paradigm is changing very fast. People say that the old model is gone, the deterministic model is gone. My friend Stephen talks about it in his talk. But I think there are lots that will remain deterministic even in a changing dynamics. And what changes as a dynamics needs to be seen from a different perspective. From forecast to demand planning and forecast management, I think there's a huge misunderstanding about forecasting, demand planning, and forecast management. I think these are seen as alternatives. These are seen as, and hence, we do not formulate a very great demand planning review in organizations, and some organizations definitely have done a good job. How have organizations managed supply chain planning during disruptions? The first channel talks about it, and what are the lessons learned? If I have to really look at this, these are the major issues: material shortages, drop in demand, worker shortages, cash flows issues, planning issues. And I think this McKinsey article says the planning issue was only 22, but I think everything is a planning issues: material, drop in demand, worker shortages, cash flows, and end-to-end planning is what about it. So think about planning complications that arises in the whole process in this thing. And during the corona, one thing that really mattered is that how do you foresee? There are a lot of literature that has emerged from the top 5, but one thing that interests me, and I think I thought I'll bring about in this context, we have Rahul here, and I was speaking at the Rural Marketing Summits some 10 years back when one of their marketing had presented Map My India, how they're using Map My India data to plan their markets. And I think when I really started looking at that since then and now, I've tracked this company, this particular startup or company. It's also a startup because it has grown very fast during this thing. Look at this: Corona vaccination centers, state-wise vaccinated, COVID food services, medical oxygen cylinder supplier. Every data that you needed, the level of infection, this map is just 2.5 hours old, meaning every dynamics is becoming visible in the whole process, and there are companies that are working towards in a very different way. And this is going to be a kind of a situation, because what I see is a very interesting trend that has happened. And if I just summarize their whole thing, during the planning, what they during the COVID, what they really brought about into the concept of planning was very important. Plan better for employees rejoining from COVID district. Don't know which business locations are safe to open. The data is there. Identify distribution points that are safe to deliver goods to. And you do all your hyper-local planning with use of this. I think this data would have been an amazing element. And when I look at the global scenario, this is a Lozility paper that I brought in, and I think some of the companies which has visibility brought in this dashboard and visuals which help them understand the global markets in a better way and knew where the problem lies and secure supplies in a better way. And I think all those companies which have been using and tracking more digital visibility tools have done well. One of the element of resilience, I think, going forward would be that how do you bring visibility in your supply chain? And I think while discussing in the first group, we found that a lot of you are saying about this, but visibility is the first part of resilience. And if visibility is there, there is agility in the whole process. Coming back to forecasting, and one element that is a great part of the demand planning, what we see exactly is that, and lastly, the intermittent demand and the long tail. This is from my friend Stephen's article, and it really talks about how even in FMCs you may have a slow-moving item, but it's not, it cannot be done away with ABC analysis, and you can start a supply chain strategy. But you need to think about this particular slow-moving item, and it's a unique one, it's a high value-added one. And the another, the rise of e-commerce is giving the rise of long tail, which captures them. And looking at range forecasting in the process of uncertainty, where probabilistic forecasting can be used widely over a range, and measures of forecast performance can be range-driven rather than deterministic, are the challenges for organization to start using this thing. Is forecasting dead? I think there are a lot of articles on the internet which talks about in a similar fashion. One is the death of supply chain by Harvard Business Review professor. I think there is a little bit of understanding, and we cannot really do away with this. Whenever this particular process of uncertainty reduces, we will have some amount of steady growth which businesses have built over a period of time. Even now, if you do a proportional profiling of your data of 2019 relation with 2020 and 21, you would be able to get some kind of a use thought. But given the changes and multi-dimensional changes in the omni-channels and rise of e-commerce and multi-channels, and how that brings in huge amount of disaggregation and variability, it is important that probability becomes a good tool along with the statistical. I may have a little rigid view than what Stephen has later, but I think this is something that I'm seeing most of the organization doing it beautifully and trying to reconcile the deterministic and the probabilistic to make it more resilient. It's more like functional products can be definitely used, understood more by the deterministic approaches. Second thing, what does forecast do? Forecast provide the base. How do you make the base more relevant? All of us have done this DDMRP exercises. We have been reading about them, and they said that the true demand is orders. I think given the state of our distribution channel design in India, and where you don't have any visibility beyond the distribution, it is difficult for us to get that kind of a true demand from orders. But how do you bring visibility into the whole process? And I think this visibility is something like demand sensing, where daily sales history provides you the steady growth rate and distortion within the steady growth rate, daily point of sale data from the modern retail, past promotional lift, future plant promotion, market intelligence, syndicated data, social media, weather, commodity prices, as well as some other outside in factor like the economy, how the rural economy is doing, how the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, tier 5 cities growing in the process, amidst how different states, and how do I really bring in data visibility of, where is it safe to do business, which are open, where it is difficult, which factory can operate, all those data, plus the macroeconomic data and the global data. And global data of these distortions can also help us, build in a huge amount of insight into this thing. And if added, this demand sense added to the steady growth rate provides us a demand planning discussion, which can definitely, through the IBP or SNOP processes, can become our demand planning review number for aligning our supply chain planning. And hence, I think to end, where are we moving towards? And this is an end-to-end. I didn't want to bring a lot of element of logistics, but this McKinsey article I thought was a very important one to summarize things. All supply chain actions that we need are following: create transparency on multiplier supply chain, and transparency on multiplier supply chain also will bring in the element of sustainability, which is gaining ground. Optimize production and distribution capacities, access realistic final consumer demand, estimate available inventory and rework on your inventory, identify and secure logistic capacity, and manage cash and net working capital. And if you do this in an integrated way, I think the net impact would be stages of supply chain planning maturity would, are really interesting. There's end-to-end diagnostic pinpoint gaps in supply chain planning that can be understood if you follow the EVA approach. And we can just see that earlier, reactionary firefighting activities focus on preventing shortages, a rudimentary process to balance demand and supply with little consideration for profitability. We move towards a single plan used by businesses to balance demand and supply across the supply chain, a demand-driven supply response aligned with strategic priority, an end-to-end process that maximizes value across the enterprise and network through conscious organizational trade-off. And I think, to be a little more academic, there is need for synchronizing, harmonizing, and aligning your supply chain design under uncertainty, your supply chain planning with the design, and your supply chain operations with planning and design are important. If they are in isolation, we would be in deep trouble. And finally, I think while building this particular demand sense, there is a need for using scenario planning, because scenario is built on the base of forecast. And scenarios becomes very important when you have dynamics of geography, dynamics of economics, and dynamics of globalization working together. There are geopoliticals, there are a lot of other reasons that can really do. And planning now becomes a very important dynamic. I think one reason why supply chain has got the prominence is because of the global uncertainty and the causes for the global uncertainty. And people have realized that this is the value chain, just not what is called a supply chain, the value chain what Michael Porter talked about in terms of creating competitive advantage. Thank you very much. Jason?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I would request if you could stop sharing the screen. Thank you so much. It was a power-packed start and amazing insights from Dr. Singh giving us highlights about short, long, and medium-term demand and supply chain planning. I think very well spoken. And I would request Dr. Singh to stay on stage, and would request panel members to join us on stage who would be discussing managing global supply chain constraints, preparing for demand surge, post-pandemic amidst global supply shortages. Let me invite on stage Vipul Virwani, Head Demand and Supply Planning, Nestle; Rituraj Saha, Director Supply Chain from Kohler; Pallavi Ward, Head Product Supply Organization from Godrej Consumer Products; Abhinav Sinha, Head of Control Tower and Supply Operation, Michelin; Lieutenant Colonel Vijay Nair, Vice President, Head Integrated Electronics, SCM, Reliance Retail. I would request all the speakers to join us on stage, and all the attendees keep posting your questions. Dr. Singh, kindly lead the discussion ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jason. And welcome all of you for the first keynote discussion. I think whatever I spoke now builds up the case for discussion. So 2 or 3 points that I would like to bring in. What are the major supply chain constraints that we see amidst the global uncertainty, even local uncertainty in that sense of the term? What are the challenges in terms of demand as the society and economy opens up, when lives and livelihood starts, bustling with activities? We have seen a huge increase in pantry demand on the one side, and a Indian seasonality that comes through the festival demand that comes, that comes always during the September, October, and November period. What are the major challenges, and how are we looking at these challenges, and how are we managing these challenges? So I thought the very first generic question that we could have quickly, and we could be short and sweet about being to the point, and bringing about challenges in continuity with the earlier panelist who speaks. Rather than talking about the same thing, let's do that. So I'll go by the sequence that I see on the screen. I invite people to talk about the major challenges, just not during the overall COVID period, but I think this time is a time of inflection. Hopefully, when we do not have the third wave, or maybe the impact is less, and the economy is open, and businesses are happy. So let's start with what are the major challenges at this point of time.
Thanks, Dr. Rakesh. For me, the major challenges, I'll put it, is the container shortage is that we are seeing as of now, and which is bringing a big supply chains disruptions. That's for me, is the biggest part which is disrupting the supply chain. Second is in terms of as the demand has gone up, and China we've seen some economies of China changing, and we see a lot of, with it, there is a change in supply patterns resulting into high commodity prices, headwinds, and we've seen a lot of chemicals because China has changed its policy, wherein it has stopped the production of, let's say, polluting ingredients we have been used, and we see a lot of disruptions coming from China in the chemical industry. So a lot of chemicals industry is impacted, which, and in all industries we use chemicals, so that's impacting a lot of the uncertainties that we see in terms of materials now. Plus, we've seen post-COVID, and there is obviously a demand uncertainty. That's another factor, biggest factor, which is other side of the value chain, where we don't know right now, not able to predict in terms of the demand, because post COVID it's still new. The statistical forecasts have failed, we know, because we don't have a sufficient data points. So I think these are, for me, these are the three main challenges that we see in terms of the uncertainty. Thank you.
Pallavi, if you could, give your view on this. You have to unmute yourself.
Pallavi, you're on mute.
I agree with whatever Vipul said. I won't elaborate on it. I think in addition, what's also happening is, on one side, while we have all this supply uncertainty, on the other side, we have this acceleration of movement from, let's say, the traditional trade to e-commerce, modern trade, etc., which is adding to complexity in product portfolio complexity. So you are getting basically buffeted from both ends. So that's, I think, that's the other complication which has come, and which is a secular trend which will happen for a long time. I think the other two issues I would say is that the external pressures, both in terms of regulation, in terms of sustainability, in terms of pollution, in terms of the sometimes societal or political pushback on globalization, or having a nationalistic view on things. So that's the other secular trend that we see, and which will have an impact on the supply chains, because there are lots of materials that we buy which are not really, we are not really able to multi-source them, at least, in terms of countries, even if we are able to do it in terms of vendors. So that's the other big challenge I see. And in terms of lead times, so lead times, they have both increased, and it's increase. If they increase, you can still, able to manage them, but they've become highly variable, right? So they are extremely unpredictable. So that's the, I think, other thing that we see as a major challenge to what we do.
All right, let me go to Abhinav.
Yeah. So Rakesh, maybe I'll start with a little bit of theoretical discussion. So it was one of the discussions that I was having with one of my teammates, that how does the theoretical supply chain actually stack up in this current context? And we were just looking at what does the safety stock formula say, and it carries a lot of weightage on the standard deviation of lead time, standard deviation of demand, your average demand. So there are all these factors actually, when you try to look it up, it's all which is going haywire. So there was a time wherein your requirement to service would require a certain level of safety stock, and maybe one of the elements would be moving a little bit in terms of percentages. Right now, actually, it's all going messed up, and the reaction also would require. And once we go deep down to discuss on what would be the solutions to it, I would say it's going a little bit out of control. What it is very important is also to look at, apart from uncertainty of demand and supply, there's also uncertainty of cost that is also coming in at this point in time, which would be a pretty big challenge. So that would be my point, Rakesh.
Colonel Vijay?
So just to add to what the other speakers have said, so container shortages also resulted in very high cost of containers, which is a great big erosion of the margin. Now, considering that the companies will not be able to pass this cost on to customers, and customers are not going to accept this, there's a margin erosion is one of the bigger concerns which I see. Apart from that, from the industry where I belong to, the shortage of semiconductors is also going to cause a huge amount of impact in the way the products come in. Now, when the lockdown started 2 years back, we had already placed our demands into China to get these things, to get the imports on. The manufacturing has started, the products also reached up. We've got accumulated inventory lying with us, which is worth about 4 to 5 months. Now, liquidation of this inventory, placing them correctly in the locations of the demand is another challenge, which I think we will have. Now, during the lockdown, a lot of factories in China closed down. China, Taiwan, Japan, those factories closed down. Now, to get them to restart and meet our demand requirements is going to be yet another challenge. So, what Pallavi mentioned about the lead times, and all this has happened, all the opening up has happened just about a month or so behind now. So, when the country is opened up, China may not have opened up completely. Factories will take 6 to 7 months before they get to the production capacity. The container crisis will take at least 2 to 3 quarters before they come okay. Semiconductors availability will be somewhere in 2023. So all this coupled is we are going to have to deal with this situation on as they pan out and find out how best we can make of all of this. Coming down locally, again, since the lockdown opened just about 2 or 3 months back, there's a lot of pressure on the truckers. We find that long haul is becoming difficult because there's a huge demand, huge requirement of moving products up and down the country. Plus, of course, now it's different, but just a few months back, the imbalance of places which were open, places which are closed, which are causing labor shortages, which is causing higher cost of moving people across because we were giving transportation to the people who are working in the warehouse just to keep them COVID safe. To top it all of this, we have to make sure that 100% working staff in the operations are 100% vaccinated. Even now, which is not yet complete. So these are some of the challenges which I feel I should highlight, which is global and local, which is pertinent to the kind of business which I handle. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh.
Rituraj Saha.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Rakesh. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think talking about challenges, I think the panelists have already summed it up very well. So our challenges is also very similar to what was echoed by Vipul, Pallavi, Abhinav, and Captain Vijay. I think on the supply side, we are seeing disruption in production, slowdown in production throughput, because of factors like lack of availability of skilled laborers and the need for adherence to social distances, because of which there's a limitation. There's a limit to which we can employ laborers in our factory operations. Then there is the issue related to delay in delivery of components, especially from China. In the current scenario, I'm sure many of you are getting impacted on account of localized lockdown, electricity shortage, and port congestion in China, coupled with the fact that there's a steep increase in ocean freight. It's to the tune of 4 to 5 times compared to what we used to have in the pre-pandemic scenario. So there is an increase in incoming cost of raw material and packaging material on account of increase in inbound cost and as well as increase in commodity price. Commodity prices also gone up, especially for brass, copper, and steel, which has impacted cost to serve. And on the demand side, we are seeing a huge volatility in demand of ticket. There's a huge pent-up demand that we are seeing in the market, which is not able to cater to because of issues that we are facing in our backend. So, yes, there are challenges that we are facing on the backend and front-end, but we are working on ways to come around those challenges to meet our business requirement.
All right, Rituraj. I think one thing is common across the challenges that are coming
to you,
from.
Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you. So one thing that is coming across all of us is that the challenges of supplies are very acute. And not only that, uncertainty is very high. And along with uncertainty, the cost of procuring is very high because of the container cost. And some of the elements where auto or maybe other consumer durables or CPCVC semiconductor impacting the supplies. What would be the impact of these shortages on the local demand that will come up within the country in a big way? And how are we going to manage the supplies in case if the shortages are so acute? How are you going to manage the supply across the geography? Indian geography is one of the most complex geography with tier 2, tier 3, tier 4, meaning the blocks, triangle blocks, and also the 6.5 lakhs villages. How are we going to really manage this? And what are the experiences that you people are having, and how are you planning to mitigate this particular challenge? So I'll invite Pallavi to start with the discussion.
So the first thing I would say that in short term, inventory is no longer a bad word. Okay. So as long as it's, you make choices on some strategic buffers on mostly, I would say, in raw materials where we have a fair amount of either direct or indirect dependence on imports, like Vipul had talked about chemicals, etc. Right. So there, I think securing the supply, I think, is the first thing that we work on. And if it means inventory at our ends, then so be it. Okay, so I think we're making strategic choices on where we keep these inventory buffers for which materials. So we've done some amount of analysis in terms of, dependence on import, dependence on certain suppliers or certain geographies, and we've decided to take up these inventories. Similarly, like, Vijay was talking about basically wafers being a major shortage. So there, we've just using our off season to build up inventory because it's extremely important to build the buffer. Similarly in capacities, because what's happening is the supply is going to be variable, right? And demand is also variable. So the production capacities now have to deal with not only the variation in demand, but also the fact that the supply will also can be interpreted. So that's the second part that we are working on building buffer capacities, whether in-house or partnering with with vendors to have some capacities on demand. So I think that's the other thing that we are working on. In terms of finished goods and other networks, I think again all of us have gone through this through in COVID. So we've sort of built now dynamic network. So if one leg is down, then the other can take over, right? So like if people know reliability engineering and that kind of thing, so it's almost those kind of networks, right? So the circuit doesn't fail even if one part of it fails. So I think that's the piece that we are doing from what I would say a traditional supply chain perspective. From digitization perspective or from IT perspective, just building the capability to have end-to-end visibility so that we are able to respond faster, not only because of demand, but also our ability to allocate RM to these demands, because now both have to be in sync. So, and do some amount of let's say work on our manufacturing footprint also, so that again we are sort of a little bit protected from these variations of various geographies shutting down, within India also shutting down and coming up. So that's the kind of work we are doing.
Thank you, Pallavi. I think that's interesting because in these uncertain times, there are some initiatives which can really help. And they also question, like what Anuva was saying, make it little academic safety stock. I think safety stock, Pallavi would know better, buffer and decoupling points of DDMRP. And now I think that also is a big challenge because If you cannot manage the supply, you cannot manage the buffers, you cannot manage the decoupling points. A lot of us are of view that the DMRP is more resilient, maybe so, but I think here is a challenge to the planning process, and all supply side synchronization is gone for a toss, and it is all iterative and well thought out processes. And as Captain says, this Captain Colonel business is very, and I'm apologetic about it. I wouldn't mess up with that. Colonel says that they build up huge amount of inventory, and good that there is a realization that we don't know what to do with this. It's like creating a huge supply and don't know what to do. I recollect doing some work for General Mills some years back, when they hoarded wheat for their Pillsbury Adha and they bought it at the best prices, as they couldn't really manage their demand. What they did was that they sold wheat, and wheat prices, if you remember, was highest and made a lot of money. Right? So opportunities can come from anywhere into the business in a big way. Going to Vipul now, because let me first catch up the older FMCG companies. Vipul, what has been the major demand planning challenges for you? And let me get a little specific to that. And how have we dealt with that?
For us, the major demand planning channel was that we cater to different areas of consumption, right? Like there are our products are for in-home consumption and for outside hotel industries or those industries. So it it did impact a lot. We did see a surge in, and we are still seeing a surge in home consumption. People are not eating outside. Whoever is who was fond of eating outside is now taking Swiggy and Zomato route, but they're still not taking chances. Yes, some brave people have, out of frustration, now moving out, but there is a kind of fear which will take time. So we did see a lot of surge in in-home consumption. We out of home consumption, the ready to drink milk, certain those were the areas where the demand had fallen down. So it took us time. COVID wave 1 was an eye opener, and that was a key learning that we had. As the COVID 2 wave hit us, we knew that we have to take some production cuts. Immediate production cuts were taken, which led to a certain obsolescence of raw materials, because we have a low shelf life raw materials that we use. But we took a conscious call to let that go, because we wanted to maintain the freshness for our products. So second part which we are still struggling is right now, which Palvi also mentioned, is in the e-com demand. It is post the first week, second week, the demand picked up, but now we seeing as it is opening up, people have shifted to the traditional way that they are used to buying. So those are the challenges that we're trying to work with. E-com bit, we're still in a learning phase. It will take some more time, and e-com business itself, they are also changing their business models every now and then, which is disturbing us a bit. It's not easy to predict. So that's still a challenge to us, and we're working hard to overcome it. And I'm sure this has been the industry is also struggling to predict the e-com demand.
I think, Vipul, for me, there are two takeaways from what you say. One is definitely the kind of changing demand dynamic. As I spoke in my theme address, that total trade, world trade has shifted. So total consumption of commodities have shifted in such a way that geographies have also been, dynamically behaving. The second one is also the networks and the network optimization that needs to be built up for these these kind of changes that are happening? Are the networks even good enough, well planned, designed in terms of distribution planning to meet these challenges? Because if not, then amidst shortages of supply and surge of pantry loading demand and the festival demand, there could be huge bullwhip effect. And I think, Avinav, your safety stock would go up by leaps and bounds, and it becomes very useful to at least follow that, because when your standard deviation moves from here and there, your safety stock goes up and you have a bullwhip. And I think shortages at one point and surpluses at another places of not required, I think this mismatch can be very important. So I'll call upon Rituraj Shah to take us into strategy. I think this is common to everybody, even Pallavi was talking about it. So I would take Rituraj to explain us what could be the better strategies for managing such a situation with a very exceptional situation of uncertainty.
Thank you, Dr. Rakesh. I think we have to, focus has to be on driving agility in our supply chain, and we have to build resilience in our supply chain. So agility and resilience are two key buzzwords, I would say. Traditionally, we have focused a lot on efficiency.
You can go on the Rituraj, you can go on the audio mode. It will be better. Yeah.
Sorry?
If you go on the audio mode,
fine?
we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, I think there's some issue with my connectivity. So I was talking about creating an agile and demand-driven supply chain, leveraging connected process and tools. So let me just talk about ways by which you can build resilience in our supply chain. Number one, I think Pallavi also talked about going digital. I think a lot of companies have embarked on digital transformation program to enhance visibility across the value chain, to ensure a higher level of collaboration with stakeholders, including extended business partners, and to enable real-time response and execution. So I think we'll have to embark on digital transformation to create visibility across the supply chain. Talking about my company, I think we are leveraging new technology like chatbot to enhance our customers' service experience for our product. We are also talking about automating our order management system to improve turnaround time from order execution. And since we deal with close around 100+ vendors, we are thinking about bringing all players, integrating all players into one platform to increase visibility in the upstream of supply chain. So that's a strategy that we will have to adopt in order to improve agility in our supply chain. The second one is related to inventory management, a new approach to inventory. Consumers to e-commerce channels, so that we need to have different inventory strategy for e-commerce channel as compared to other channels. We in Kolar, since I deal with IMEA region, I handle requirement for 30 markets, and I think this pandemic has also taught us to make strategic choices given customer package. So it's about what's the kind of portfolio that we want to have post-pandemic, and how much commonality we can have between regions, so we are able to improve our ability to respond faster to our market requirements. We are talking about consolidation of inventory for different export markets, keeping them in centralized location, as well as keeping high and fast-moving items closer to market. So it's a combination of decentralized as well as centralized approach, different categories of SKUs that we are talking about. So the segmented inventory management is what is going to help us improve our ability to respond to our ever-changing market requirements. The third thing related to localization, I think companies across industries have got impacted because of global disruption. Therefore, we have to go local, which is also in line with our government's agenda of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So here in Kolar, we are talking about, we have in fact initiated 100 projects to improve our localization to around 85% level. So it will help us, it will make us less vulnerable to the disruption that we are seeing in China and other countries. So we have to go aggressively for localization in order to A, reduce time to market, and B, improve our ability to service our market requirement in the shortest possible time. There are many companies that have also worked on supply network modeling. They are revisiting their sourcing as well as inventory strategy, and most of the companies are going regional post-pandemic. Last but not least, I would say this is the time to further strengthen your IBP process, and IBP is all about having strong cross-functional alignment on operational plan linked to business objectives. It's about understanding your market requirement, working in close collaboration with stakeholders to ensure that we have real-time response on changes in market requirement. It's about taking strategy. It's about managing by exception, and also taking call to changing
Because
market
we are not able
requirements.
to hear you. So I think you have brought about some of the good points in terms of resilience building as well as localization. I think I'll go to my next panelist, Vijay Nair. Colonel, what has been your strategy for this so-called period of extreme, variability in terms of demand and supply?
So I'll start from where Pallavi left off. So inventory certainly is not a bad word, but storage is.
Yes.
So for all the inventory that has been accumulated and the fresh buying that has, we require storage spaces, and we are off past the time where we could do it in go downs. So we still look for class A warehousing facilities, which are not easily available in the country, not at least the sizes which we require. So we are forward looking. We are searching deep into the market to see where we can locate our inventory. So what are we doing? So I told you that we have inventory. We got specific plans. Like you said, this is the biggest leverage that we're going to have during the season, that we have inventory with us. That's not the major issue. So that is one major advantage. Secondly, we deal with manufacturers who also have done some earlier forecasting and forward looking, and have some amount of accumulated inventory. If you see, the other day there was an article from Dixon which says that they got inventory to see us through this whole festival season. They've accumulated semiconductor stock is available. So there are companies who have done some advanced buying, future with view of what is coming in front, because probably they had deep pockets. So the task that I'm doing now is to make sure that the inventory which is available is there in the areas of demand, and they're completely liquidated. How do I do that? I've got a network of my stores and DCs, which are all pan-India. We are a true omni-channel functioning unit now. So what it means that any place where the inventory is available, I can sell it from that point to any customer. We have been talking of going digital. We have been talking of going e-com. So every storage point where an inventory is available, we give it an opportunity to sell either by walk-in, either by ship from from that particular inventory point, or even permitting pick from that particular point. So every opportunity for an inventory to get sold is being provided. We are in discussion with the manufacturers and suppliers to see how we can partner in terms of buying terms. How much credit can we get? How is it that we can together work on the margin loss, which is coming due to all these constraints that we spoke of? So these are some of the measures that we are doing now. One very major activity which we're doing is that we have increased our frequency of the SNOP meetings, because there's a change in situation each time that we put our heads together. So the requirement of synergy for cross-functional teams to function together to manage demand, supply, inventory location, transportation, warehousing, everything requires repeated, putting heads together and planning for it. So increasing the frequency of SNOP meetings, increasing the frequency of cross-functional meetings is actually getting much more finish into the planning that we have been doing. Now, also that we are actually looking into with each passing day, we are actually trying to see how we can the inventory which is available, changing the portfolio of the inventory that we have or the selling. So we're looking forward and seeing that if this crisis is not going to get over very soon, what is it that we can do? Can we change our product portfolio a little bit, tweak it till the times that the entire situation improves? So those are some of the activities which we are doing to see us through this particular period, which I feel will last about 2 quarters.
Thank you. Thank you, Colonel. I think that's a very interesting take. My only concern is that how do you bring in the visibility in the network where you reach the last miles? I've told you quite often that I experienced the last mile approach of Reliance Digital or Reliance Jio or whatever it is. So how do you all manage this networks, and what has been the planning behind that?
So our biggest planning tool, of course, is that we are very well off as far as IT is concerned. Our IT network across to the last point, which are called the geo points, which are located in taluks. Each one of them is connected, and our biggest plus, of course, is the geo network. So with the geo network, we have got built-in facilities. We got what we call a geo app. In the Geo app, we have enrolled all our stores, POS machines, even if it is with us or even if it is with the GT level of vendors, GT traders. So every person is connected. The inventory visibility is given globally. Any inventory that is available at any point is picked up based on the distance and the availability. So if a person is sitting in Lucknow and he wants to buy something from, I'm forgetting the place where you belong to, Dr. Singh. So, so what happens is that if the product is not there in Lucknow, it will come from maybe the next best location, the nearest store. It will pick up the nearest store or the warehouse. So that way, it's of course entirely dependent on the whole IT infrastructure, and our IT infrastructure is absolutely fabulous.
Thank you, Vijay. I think let me go to Abhinav Sinha. Abhinav, you must be having a good understanding of omni-channel as you read omni-channel. This is just a LinkedIn information if it is true. And what are the challenges of the omni-channel? I think Colonel Vijay Nair says that they are true omni-channel organization. I think Reliance has shown that particular listing. But what I have experienced in my terms of training or some consulting that we do is that all these channels leads to this basic problem of standard deviation going very high. Variability increases as you move from traditional to the modern to the omni-channel, and managing these becomes very critical in terms of planning. So what are your views on this? And
So
omni-channel? Yeah, okay, please go ahead.
Yeah. So what I would say, in fact, there are two sides of this coin. So in terms of omni-channel, the challenge which always there is that which channel would be having what sort of demand, and the variability within that particular bucket is always there. But where the omni-channel helps a lot is in terms of the point that the demand sensing that you were earlier talking during your starting address. The demand sensing becomes a lot more strong if you have a omni-channel presence. So say, for example, you have an outlet, maybe just let's talk about an apparel sector, for example. For an apparel sector, if there's an omni-channel presence, so there is a demand that is coming in from maybe e-retail. And then there is the demand that is coming from brick and mortar store or maybe a modern trade as well. So, and in a perfect omni-channel world, in fact, the digitalization would be to an effect, and it's hyperlative what I'm talking about, that if somebody just maybe picks up your shirt and then even gives it back, so there is a feedback going in that this was something which was touched and it was not picked. And then it can go even to an extent in terms of having a live data about what are the exact SKUs and particular categories which are seeing different types of pull, and you can react far better in those circumstances. Yep.
Thanks, Abhinav. I think,
Rakesh, if I can add over here for a moment.
yeah,
See,
please go
something
ahead.
which Abhinav said, it's one of the biggest things. We have information on how long a person has been on a page, which all product he has browsed, which all he has put in the cart, not purchased. So all this is huge and very, very valuable data that we use in the e-com side of the omni-channel business that we have. So of course, like I heard some other speakers also say that the companies are moving towards digital. We are fairly well off as far as digital or visibility the element is concerned. And like you said in your opening address, visibility is the key. If we have the visibility, I think resilience will follow.
Thank you. I think a follow-up question on this to the our supply chain people from FMCGs. How difficult has it been managing the e-commerce search? And what are the challenges that it has brought to us, and how are we dealing with? So I'll start with Pallavi.
Well, yeah. E-commerce has been a challenge. One, because we're still not at let's say at levels of sale within our FMCG where they are big enough to run MOQs and things on that for them. So that brings in some amount of supply side issues. Second, a fair amount of and especially during COVID, I think fair amount of variation in the kind of demands that came through. So that's I think a generic issue most of us have faced, right? Third is that they do require a lot of what should I say? They require we can't piggyback, in other cases where we can piggyback on the general trade channels, but because there are a lot of specialized SKUs, right? That makes the demand variability a bigger problem to solve for them, because there's nothing else absorbing the shock. And the third is for FMCG, the festival season is also an issue, because we do get lots of orders, but I think the storage, etc., seems to be an issue with all e-commerce channels. And while you get orders, but getting appointments is a Herculean task. And obviously they are working on their revenue side. So while you get a lot of demand uptick during festival times, but obviously they prioritize high value durables, electronics, and things like that. So that's the issue. So sometimes we are all set to go, but they're not all set to receive.
Thank you, Pallavi.
So that's operational issue that we see. But I think the biggest issue on a serious note, the biggest issue that we have is, I think, demand variability. And because the channel is growing pretty fast, so a lot of the times we are also playing catch up.
So
Yeah,
Rakesh,
Yeah.
sorry Rakesh, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Abhinav. Please.
Yeah, so one of the point just I wanted to make in terms of e-commerce and not just FMCG, maybe with the other sectors as well. So I think it's maybe a transition between their approach about the business. So they started with maybe the volume approach, wherein margins or the earnings maybe was to the secondary side. I would say that steep curve is like maybe flattening a bit at this point in time, at least at their end. Maybe the expectations from their two-tier vendors would be coming up next, I would say. So at this point in time, as they are controlling the volumes, so they are in better negotiating positions, and maybe even as MOQs, what was very clearly pointed out, the MOQs are pretty low on the cost side. It becomes a challenge to service. Also on the service side, there is not much of a commitment on receipt. But having said that, that should change, I would say. Because it's more of a progression that is very steeply happening within their world as well. They are realizing earlier, you can say an example, you buy a mobile phone, you don't like it, you return it the next day. Now it's not getting so easy. So they are realizing that GMV is not just maybe the only driving factor which will let them sustain, and it has to be overall economic sense. And they are doing pretty fine, I would say, in terms of that transition as well. Yeah.
Perfect. I think that's a
Yeah.
good addition. Bipul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm there.
Yeah, please. Go
I'm
ahead.
there. So yeah, I agree with Palvi. It's a different world altogether for ecom. We've seen the demand surge during pandemics going up, and post that at same rate it has also come down. Now there could be two reasons. One is the customer base itself is changing, and second is we've seen that their models have also changed. What Abhinav was also mentioning, Grofers was earlier putting as was a organization which was more putting that to give a value discount. Now its model has changed. It is now has want to be as a quick service provider. Now both have their organization, and we have seen big basket management changing. So there is a lot of transition happening within the ecom itself, and that is leading to a lot of external changes which is hitting us and to service it. And it's what Palvi mentioned, it's not easy because they have their specific requirement in terms of they want a special pack, and those special packs as a industry we are not equipped to provide. So that would involve a kind of tertiary packing, those kind of co-packing, which then adds to a cost. Mind you, we don't make much of a profits in the e-com. I'm sure it is with everyone, but we don't want to miss the bus because we don't know how this is going to shape up in the future. So it's an important channel for us, and it's difficult to manage in terms of servicing e-com, and we still will struggling. It's not easy to
Bipul.
cope it.
I think it's a transition and learning curve for everybody. Understanding that the long tail is going to be long, unique, and needs to be understood rather than the volume than mass that FMCG is really we're very happy with. I think that's the transition that we see here, and this is where we can really look at this. In want of time, there are few questions also we should take, but we'll make it strategic. All questions which are repetitive, I feel, will be dropped. One question which has come up, which Pallavi, all of you raised it, and from Ishwar Padmanabhan, localization to what extent will create employability? What kind of potential jobs will emerge in supply chain? What skills will be in demand? But let me put a rider first. How would localization happen, and what would promote localization? Because is it just that we are reacting to a pandemic, which is once in a lifetime situation, or localization has to happen? And what would be the right process of localization? If a company is thinking about localizing, meeting this, building resilient by being local, what would be the way to go about? So anyone can take this. Is open to everyone.
So Rakesh, if maybe if I take the privilege to start this discussion. So actually let's go back in history in terms of how this offshoring of production maybe happened. And it was more in terms of the cost inefficiency that was happening in developed world, and they wanted to find out areas or rather geographies where it can be done in a more efficient way, and certain countries took advantage of the whole scenario. And the delta in terms of the efficiency that was provided was unmatched, and that was the key factor that still remains today. So while this topic still has come onto discussion, I would say majorly on account of the pandemic scenario and also a little bit in terms of the trade wars that are going on, both of them being quite relevant. But what will have to happen maybe in the developed world to provide the challenges, or rather a competition, at least a close competition in terms of efficiencies. Otherwise, because as the shift has been pretty strategic and the delta is pretty huge. So unless we beat that, localization in all the geographies will be a challenge. But having said that, this gives up certain opportunities for countries like India and certain related countries like you can say Philippines or Vietnam, Indonesia,
Right.
which are quite close in terms of competition.
Right, but I
say
think
at least
there has to be a process of believing in localization, because if you see what Pallavi said, she made a very interesting point that we have no major no alternate source of supply in outside China. In China, we may have different vendors, right? Now that could be another challenge for the world to go local, and maybe that's a more strategic and political issues in the process. But even in areas, I think when you are seeing that you can localize, like what Rituraj says, what are the criteria to evaluate different raw materials to be used in terms of your production, and how do you localize them? Because degree of uncertainty, degree of supplier alternatives also are important. So how do you really are making that shift? Any company which has built up some kind of a framework to evaluate this shift?
So if I might say a few words, right? So in some of these areas like chemicals, etc., right? When we're talking about them, which are very capital intensive, and sometimes capacities don't exist at all in most of the world, right? So their localization, it's not that we are gunning for 100% localization. That's not going to happen, because we're not going to be cost competitive if we do that, right? So it's more for reduction in risk, managing the what should I say, supply chain variability, etc., right? But for that, we have to figure out where we get suppliers for that, right? And I think the issue of trade wars and geopolitical risk, a lot of the vendors out of China also recognize that, and so they are setting up shops outside China, right? So that's one way they are managing those risks, right? So that's what happened. There is a crude framework, and I won't say that we are anyway halfway down the path of implementing it, but there is a crude framework of what's the need for change, right? What's your dependency on imports, right? What's the need for change for localization? And it could be dependency on imports, it could be reliability of the supplier, etc., right? And what is the ease of change or adjustment in your system? So there would be some areas where, let's say the ease of adjustment is very, very low. And so you will find, we would basically tackle it by managing through inventory XYZ, but we are not sort of going to localize, right? But where these two meet, those are the areas that we can look at localization. So that's the broad framework, the need for change and the ease of adjusting to that.
I think that's perfect, Pallavi, because that's what is important. But I'll go back to Rituraj if he has to say anything, because he made a very gross statement of a large amount of localization that would be increasing employability to a great extent in this country. So what is the basis? Is it that it's just a company goal, or it has a strategic basis to it? I hope I'm not getting too much into the dynamics.
So let me. No, absolutely. I hope I'm audible to everyone. I've been told my voice is breaking, so please bear with me. So talking about localization, number one, I think we are talking about my company specifically. We are part of global supply chain team. So when we're talking about developing a local supplier for say some parts or for a specific part, we are not only talking about catering to requirement of India. We're talking about developing a local supplier for meeting requirement of the entire globe. And my experience also says that the cost advantage that the cost arbitrage that used to have in the past is no longer there because of factors like steep increase in ocean freight and labor cost. The labor cost is, I think even in China, the cost of labor is as high as that of India. And secondly, when we are talking about our kind of products, our cost is also dependent a lot on your price of commodity, which is governed by LME. So in terms of the price of commodity, there's no difference whether you're producing it in China or in India or in some other country. So therefore, in light of all these factors, nowadays China is no longer our cheapest source locations for the world. We can possibly, we are looking at the possibility of developing India supplies for meeting requirement of entire globe. And that is the reason why we are going aggressively on localization. That's number one. Number two, as I've told earlier, so earlier focus in pre-pandemic era, there was a huge focus on efficiency. Now we have to look at agility. The focus has to be on the cost to serve. The focus has to be on the cost that we are paying on account of not being able to meet customer requirement. The more we go local, the more we will reduce our time to market, and better will be our ability to meet market requirement in the shortest possible time frame. So these are the factors that we have to look at apart from cost.
Thank
I'm
you,
absolutely
Rituraj.
fine if my cost increases by 5 or 10 percentage point, but if I am able to meet my customer requirements in full, I'm fine with it.
Right, right. I think that's a very good point. Let me add one line to this. There are three different things that we need to do. One is localization. We need to see which are the critical areas. And I think there's an MIT framework which has been evolved by Yossi Sefi and his team, which clearly says that if your time to recover is more than time to survival, better go local. And I think that can be a good way of looking at it. In the rest, you go multi-countries. And the final one, what Pallavi said, if you cannot actually move out of the country, you look at the tiers of suppliers and according to a bill of material. Can you make them visible? And all the tires are visible, tier 1 to tier N. And if it is auto, it's tier 50,000. So it's tier N. If there's a visibility, then you know that where the problems come. Because he says that Ford has a problem in the tier 18,000. That was less than 2% of the supplies that would come to them. They never bothered about it, and the tsunami made them bother because it broke the supply chain for almost 18 days. So I think there are simple thinking frameworks that we really need to look at it. We have run out of time. I thought keynote should not be summarized into one line, as we do it every time in our discussions. So thank you very much. Thank you, Pallavi. Thank you, Abhinay, Vipul, Rituraj, and Colonel for taking us through this. There are a lot of things that came up from your discussion on the WhatsApp. Sustainability remains a big issue. I did not touch it, but Pallavi, all of you are invited for our sustainability dialogue on December 2, focused primarily on supply chain. And I think it could be the first sustainability dialogue which focuses primarily on supply chain. And I'm going to send you all an invite. And all of you are doing some work on those lines, and it would be interesting to get sustainability in that process. So thank you very much. Over to you, Jaisal.
Thank you, everyone. Problems across all industries were quite similar, but it was interesting to hear every one of you's experiences and the way you see the future and the way forward. I think a good takeaway, good panel. So thank you, everybody, for being here and sharing your insights. Thank you so much. I would request you to kindly switch off your controls and go backstage.
Thank you.
Moving forward, let me invite on stage Pinak Deshmane, who is the Director Supply Chain Analytics at SS Supply Chain Solutions, a versatile and result-oriented global supply chain professional with 18 years of experience in consultancy and industry, who has developed digital solutions for supply chain transformation, designed and built complex global supply chain, proven track record in enhancing profitability, improving service levels, and maximizing process efficiency. He was associated with several marquee organizations like Johnson & Johnson's, Mondelez, Accenture, L'Oreal. So I would invite on stage Pinak for his talk on AI/ML, digital twin, and connected planning. How will it change planning? Thank you, Pinak, for being here, and thanks for supporting the Senate. I would request all the viewers to visit stalls of ISCM and SS Supply Chain Solutions. Over to you, Pinak.
Hi, Jason. Thank you so much. Hope my screen is visible. The presentation
Yes,
is
yes.
visible, right? Okay.
Yeah, you can now start sharing.
Yeah, I've shared. I hope it's
Yeah, we can view
okay.
it. Yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
great. Okay, awesome. So a very good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be part of this learning and sharing session, and great to be associated with ISCM. In line with today's theme, I'll be sharing some thoughts on AI, ML, and connected planning. Obviously, we won't be able to do the entire justice in the next 15 minutes or so, but I'll try to give some glimpse of why connected planning, how, and what are some of the key challenges, and what are the key watch-outs. Bingo buzzword. So apart from the fun of playing the game, I'm sure each one of us would have read or used or heard or even deployed these technologies. So, and it's been around for quite some time. So these technologies probably have been there for the last 3-4 odd years. But really, with the onset of this pandemic, it has only accelerated its usage.
Sorry to interrupt, Pinak. Is there any screen shared right now? We are not able to view it.
Oh, I did. I asked if my screen is visible. Is it not?
I think it's closed again.
Oh, okay. My bad. Let me reshare that. Okay. Is it visible now?
Yes, very much. All right.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was on this slide on the bingo buzzwords. So I'm sure each one of us read and used it. Even Rituraj alluded to the buzzwords a while ago. In fact, this has been there for quite some time, but the onset of pandemic has only accelerated its usage. In fact, I wouldn't be amiss to state that the most spoken phrase in the last 18 months of pandemic was agility and resilience. It was on the topmost agenda of every CXO and CSO and the supply chain team. Like, how do we make our supply chain more agile and more resilient? Of course, there is no silver bullet to it. And each organization, depending on the industry, depending on its strength and the process maturity, is trying to address this area. So, of course, over the next 10 odd minutes or so, I'll kind of highlight why is the need to go with connected planning and what are some of the challenges. So obviously, there are a lot of external pressures that are put on the supply chain. One of them is customers. Organization exists for the sake of customers. And we all know how the customer preferences have been changing over the past few years, more so over the last couple of years. So more people or more customers like you and I want more product choices, more endless aisles, more personalization of products and services, more convenience, more real-time visibility into our orders, convenience with returns, and so on and so forth. So what is truly happening is customers like you and I are now spoiled with the onset of e-commerce, right? So we get those kind of services, and then we expect the same kind of services from the traditional brick and mortar companies or any traditional manufacturing company. So that is kind of an external environment that the customers are expecting the organizations to provide visibility, personalization, omni-channel experience, and the entire user experience. So that's one that is driving organizations towards more connected planning. If we look at the other kind of what's happening in and around us, most of the supply chains are going hyper-local, and there is a need to be hyper-relevant. So this is very important because in our quest to service the last customer on any street, there are a lot of new business models that are emerging, and we are all familiar with the Zomatos and Swiggies and Ubers of the world, but there are a ton of other companies and business models that have gotten into this hyper-local space. Also, the supply chains need to be more hyper-relevant. You cannot just cater to a particular sect of society, or maybe just urban or anything. So you really need to give that omni-channel experience, a unified experience across all the channels. Most of the companies are also getting into what is called as the micro strategy. How do we become more hyper relevant at the last village, last taluka of, I'm talking about the Indian context. How do we become more relevant to the customers? So that's another area where it is kind of putting a lot of pressure on the supply chain. And the beauty is it's all technology driven, right? So if we look at the hyper local model, we are leveraging technologies like GPS, mobile computing, edge computing, analytics, and cloud. So it is really the convergence of all these technologies that is really providing the user experience to the customers. Of course, when we talk about all this, the supply chain is becoming more and more data driven. So there's ton and petabytes of data that is being generated, whether it is structured, unstructured. So how do we process it, and how do we generate insights out of all these data? Now, if you really look at all this data generation and the cost of technology, one of the big things that has fastened this journey is the cost of technology. Now, we would all recollect when RFD came probably 8-10 years ago. It was touted as the next big thing. But there were some challenges in terms of cost, in terms of the lack of standardization, the infrastructure, the support, and really that was the hindrance to its success. However, it is not so anymore. If you look at all these technology, if you look at the chip capacity, if you go with the Moore's law, every 18 months, the computing power doubles, the cost reduces by half. There are tons and tons of open source technologies. So data acquisition per se is not a challenge. So earlier that used to be a challenge, but nowadays data acquisition is not a challenge. It's what you do with that data. And there is no limit to it. So how do we create those insights? How do we use it for your day-to-day planning? And how do we kind of create more kind of a greater consumer experience to the end customer? So that's what is the key challenge. So really, with the cost of technology dripping down, predominantly we see digitization of everything, and there is a lot of trapped intelligence which the organizations are trying to uncover. Also, if you look at the Indian scenario, there is this recent report that was published by our ministry. They're really looking to create a $1 trillion digital economy over the next 4 to 5 years. And they're pretty serious about it. So if you see what the government is trying to do, there's a ton of focus on manufacturing, digitalization. We see the PLI schemes being rolled off. Just 2-3 days ago, we saw the drone policy getting shaped. So, and then there is the NITI Aayog has also published a very comprehensive AI and ML strategy for the India business. And how do we get AI ML into the mainstream? So really, I feel that all the basic nuts and bolts of the support, the infrastructure from the government, private sector was always there. And then there is obviously the customer. So I think this is the right moment for the India Inc. to jump on this bandwagon and really see how we can kind of pull the bull by the horn and make sure that not only India reaches that economy, but obviously more so is how do we create different products and services and really kind of bridge the gap with our customers. So honestly, with that, if all those things are in place, the connected planning is, I would say, a piece of a cakewalk, right? So largely, again, if you were to look at, say, 5 years, 6 years down the line, whenever organization used to talk about having a single platform, they used to talk about IBP, SNOP, and the challenges were more within the four walls of the organization. We used to have situations where the planning team and the manufacturing team and the procurement team was not in sync, and we said that, okay, IBP and SNOP will resolve that gap. Obviously, those days are gone. Now, within the four walls, there is by and large, there is a lot of good visibility and connectivity, and everyone is on the same page. The challenge is how do we connect it to your customers, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, and that is what something has kind of came to the fore during the pandemic. So a lot of companies were caught off guard as to what their tier 2, tier 3 suppliers are, what the risk associated, do they even have the spare capacity, and so on and so forth. So really the challenge in terms of connected planning is how do you create that visibility across your supply chain? And the challenge, obviously, given if you look at the Indian scenario, there are a lot of manufacturing entities or small scale. They've not really jumped onto the digital bandwagon. So in terms of the standards and processes maturity and the kind of infrastructure they have, So that is an impediment where you really need to kind of, the next level of a challenge would be how do we get everyone on the same platform. But I really, with the kind of focus that all the organizations have, whether it is the SME, MSME, and the support of the government, I really don't see this as a challenge, and connected planning will become a new normal. So it will, I'm very sure that over the next 2-3 years, it will become the new normal. And more the focus would be on a scenario modeling. It still is, but how do we look into our tier 2, tier 3 suppliers and do the entire what-if analysis and say scenario modeling for the entire value chain? So obviously, it's a long journey, right? So it can't be done overnight. It's a pretty long journey. There is a big amount of change management involved. You need to put the right team structure in place. But what more is important is to ensure that what is the business outcome that you're trying to drive. And depending on the business outcome, there could be different processes. It could be purely on cost, that a company wants to optimize the cost. It could be in terms of productivity. It could be in terms of profit, or it could be in terms of improving the service. It could be in terms of agility. It could be in terms of just customer acquisition or retention. Or finally, it could be just ways of working. So for example, there are very few leading companies that they say that, okay, this is the ways of working. I don't care about cost, service. This is the new normal, and I want to go ahead with digitizing of this process because that's a new way of working. So as long as the organization and the team is clear on the end objective and what is the business outcome that we're trying to drive, then it becomes very simple to kind of start the journey and put the teams across. I think one critical thing that we see is any company or any organization that goes on this digital journey or digital transformation journey, it's very important to have a cross-functional support. It can't be just that supply chain has started this initiative, because whatever we do in supply chain has got repercussions in sales, could be in R&D, and so on and so forth. So we really need to ensure the end user, whoever gets impacted with that product and service, need to be brought in the fold. And we need to ensure that there is a cross-functional team alignment. Finally, I think this is very important because how do we leverage the ecosystem? Now, the way things are changing, the way technologies are changing, every organization, or not all organizations, would have answers to all the questions. So we can't be in a situation that a company will do all the vertical integration by themselves and they will deliver the solutions within. So companies need to kind of leverage the ecosystem. They do not need to reinvent the wheel, but just work with several partners. It could be system integrators, it could be collaborators, it could be, there are many ways and means to kind of leverage the ecosystem. So that is something that we see as a phenomenon happening across industry, wherein an organization kind of leverages the ecosystem in order to deliver the end results to their customers. Finally, if I look at the entire planning space, we definitely see there is an emergence of cobots. So the future of workspace is going to evolve a lot. We have already started seeing it in some industry, but over the next few years, it would be a mix of bots, the devices, the technologies, and the planning team. So obviously, what it was a pure traditional planner approach, but now the planner would, in some cases, it might get replaced by AI ML bots. So I think that's a big emergence over the next 2-3 years, that all the future of workspace will be cobots. And you'll be not only working with human beings, but there will be a lot of devices and bots that would be interacting with each other to give that connected planning experience to the end user. Finally, I think this is all fine, but one, the organization needs to build in a risk-taking ability. Because as I said, these technologies are new. You will never learn unless you implement these technologies and see for yourself whether it works for you or not. So I think this is a very important thing from the company culture perspective, that the organization needs to experiment. They really need to take some calculated risks, do the pilot, fail fast in order to succeed faster. Because the moment you do something and you know that this thing doesn't work, you will have different solutions to see how things could make work. So I think that's an area where we always say that the companies need to start small. They could pilot it, they could take some calculated risk, fail fast, and then if succeed faster and scale the solution in a bigger place or a bigger market. So that was just my last piece of it. And finally, just our friend Dilbert. I think that's one thing that we need to avoid. We really, as long as the organization knows what are the technologies we are looking at, what is the outcome that one needs to address, put in the right cross-functional team, make sure that there is some risk-taking appetite, do a pilot, and then depending on the success, scale the pilot. So I think those were the few things that I thought I would like to share within the AI, ML, and connected planning space. So thanks again for this opportunity. I hope it was useful, though a short one, but I hope it would be a good segue to our next panel discussions. And the panel, I'm sure, will touch upon all these points and much more than this. So really looking forward to the panel discussion as well. Thanks again. Thanks a lot. Have a good day.
Thanks, Pinak. Thanks for the lovely presentation. I'm sure your vision to become the most admired analytics company is just way soon. So thank you so much for the presentation. Once again, thanking SS Supply Chain Solutions for their support to the CINET. I would request, Pinak, if you could switch off your presentation and go backstage.
Okay,
And to all the attendees, for any queries, you can reach out to SS Supply Chain team at this stall backstage. Yeah, Pinak, are you able to? Right. So moving forward to our next panel, let me invite on stage industry leaders who would be discussing building resilient forecasting systems, modeling, measuring, and performance management. Let me invite on stage Anirudh, Head of Demand Planning at Mahindra and Mahindra Limited, Avinash, Vice President Supply Chain at Honasa Consumer Private Limited, that's Mamaearth, Sanjay, Vice President Supply Chain at Valvoline, Akhil, Director Planning and Logistics at Ensure Bosch in Bale. And I would request Dr. Singh to join us again on stage and lead the discussion ahead. All the attendees, please keep sending us your questions. Thank you. So kindly unmute yourself.
Good afternoon and welcome Sanjay, Avinash, Akhil and Avinash to the second panel discussion on resilient forecasting and every aspect of resilient forecasting. In fact, the importance of forecasting and planning is a big question. And a lot of us have been questioning this. Sanjay, I would like you to start with this this particular issue, that what role does forecasting have in the world of uncertainty, and how is it changing? What are the assumptions that are changing? What are the models that will change? What are the processes that will change? But in this session, we will look at models and assumptions and certain new practices that are aiding understanding demand planning better. Yes, Sanjay.
Sure. So I'm sure I'm audible. So
yes, you are.
Yeah. So good afternoon once again. So let me start from the how this whole thing started. So most of us practiced time series forecast technique, and that is what we used to use it to generate the forecast. And it's not like a very simple mathematical model, and this also evolved over the period of time and become very sophisticated. But still, there were some issues, and as we know, this used the past data to predict future. So over the period of time, we realized forecast accuracy is dropping, and that is where this challenge came to planner. What next? How to handle this? And then they realized there are some changes which are happening outside in the market, including competition activities, and those information are not incorporated in our traditional time series forecast technique. So option was that to share this forecast with SailSet and let them give their input on that, and they can tweak the forecast, and accordingly that can be taken as an input. But there are flaws. It has a mixed response. It has a flaws its own. Many times what happened, this sales guy, they inflate the demand for certain SKUs for some reason, and that is where supply chain started landing in a inventory at a wrong place or a higher inventory. Other option which was explored is let's focus on a few SKUs rather than doing everything. So it's a 80-20 rule, which is quite popular. So let's have on a 20 to 25% of SKUs, focus on them, and then take all the input, authentic input, and then incorporate the trade and consumer schemes, and then arrive on a meaningful forecast. That also worked for some time, but started losing the steam. So obviously that was a question to planner. What next then? Because we had done what was required. So probably we realized now time has come to relook on an entire forecast technique, and probably this time series is started hitting the ceiling now. So industry started having a different approach rather than having inside out. It's like outside in approach, and that means that I think Dr. Singh covered in opening presentation about the demand sensing. So many things are happening outside. So it's like a change in the microeconomics factor, or consumer behavior, buying pattern. I'll not be elaborating it because most of the earlier speaker discussed about that and how these things are changing, moving from the conventional buying to online buying and so on. Other is that there are ever-changing customer preferences as we move, and there's a lot of influence from the social media, which was not there. Now we are into a connected world, and then just now we heard that government plan to have a $1 trillion economy, digital economy. So of course, this is a well-connected individuals, and then social media has a large influence on a buying pattern and so on. There are multiple things. So ultimately, this is what is leading to demand sensing, and industry has to adopt it. So demand sensing is fundamentally, it takes all the inputs from these external factors and incorporate with this data which is available within the company, and then mix with the trade and marketing schemes and other inputs, and ultimately come on a very meaningful forecast. So while on this, just I want as an input, this will not replace your complete earlier traditional process, because that anyway you need for the budgeting and for the tactical reason, and demand sensing is definitely required for the short term, and is primarily to manage the product mix, and then it decides on a weekly basis production scheduling and so on. And that is what will ultimately lead to inventory optimization, or the improving the product mix, or the time to market. So
thank you, Sanjay. I think that's a good start, bringing forecast and the major issues with deterministic forecasting and building in demand sensing into it. I'll move to Akhil Srivastava. And Akhil, I would like your views on this resilient forecast, and what is forcing organization to move towards resilient forecasting, even in terms of processes or models, whatever you feel is important to understand this. Akhil.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Singh, and thanks, Mr. Sanjay, for the heads up of the start. It was great and interesting to listen to the previous panels also, and I'll try to bring those pointers together. So to me, basically, why are we in business becomes a very fundamental question, right? We are in business because consumers want us or our products. We are in business because we want to grow, service those customers and consumers, and expand. And above all, we are in business to be making it profitable. If these are the three key bottlenecks or three levers which we need to work across as supply chain individuals or companies, we are looking at net revenue, one side, We are looking at gross margins and net margins on the other side, and hence eventual profitability, and culminating it with the overall cash flow, right? And hence, at times, specifically over the last 2 years, which most of us have braved through, I would say, from supply chain side, because for us, demand has not been any more uncertain ever since, at least I have been in the industry for 15 years. We have not been able to actually look at the network disruption, because in last 2 years, it was not just the demand disruption, it was also the supply disruption. And as we see today, as an example, the demand disruption is plateauing, which means now at least I can predict what will my October 2021 look like versus October 2019, right? But I am not able to predict how my supply will look like because of ocean freights, because of rising commodity prices. As I am trying to do my planning for the business for next year, it's very surprising to see that the inflation and commodity prices have escalated so much that, believe me, some of the product-based companies locally in India might eventually need to shut down the doors, because whatever they do, they will not be profitable. And ocean freight, for example, has gone up from China to India of $1,800 a container to $8,000 a container. Despite giving 8,000, even if assuming some companies had that much of gross margin and net margin delta, there will be no profitability. And hence, the overall concept of resilience comes into picture. Hence, the overall concept of scenario planning comes into picture. And obviously, as Mr. Sanjay was saying, the tools are there. We have been doing certain models, heuristics, time frame, lake data, forest, and everything else. But what I see are 3 fundamental triggers which will happen. Trigger number 1, we will start looking at understanding more deeply about postponement, because some of the long tail, as Mr. Sanjay was saying, will get postponed. We cannot afford it anymore. Trigger number 2, instead of being made available to promise, it will be made to order. Because the more you postpone, the more is the cash in bank you have to sustain for unforeseeable future, either because of commodity or likely third wave or any other disruption which might happen. Trigger number 3 is obviously a rule which I call 60-30-10, just for the audience to understand, just like Mr. Sanjay said, 80 and 20. These are numbers, but if you can remember as audience, it would be great. 60-30-10, 60 is about people. I see that this 60% is all about new people joining the workforce in supply chain, which will be transformative. We are looking at people with different attitudes. We are looking with people not joining the other side of the business, which is winning in market, but improving our back end, which is supply chain. We are looking supply chain to be no more a cost center. It will become driving force, because your planning, your execution, your operations is not going to go through the same smiley curve. And I don't have time to explain the smiley curve, but you can Google that out. It means the margin in manufacturing is lowest, and hence, it's in most of the companies, marketing and branding and R&D takes the higher seat. But supply chain will change. And that's where point number 1 of resilience comes, which is people. Point number 2 is about 30% in change in thought processes, because what Mr. Sanjay was saying, these processes will not be the same. We will not be thinking the same way. And hence resilience will come. We will change those processes and thoughts. Point number 3 is 10% rule, which is change in certain technologies. We are seeing a lot of things in high-age technology. We just saw the previous panel from Pinac in terms of blockchain, AI, ML, predictive analytics, and things like those that will emerge out. So to me, the holistic resilience is going to have a 60-30-10 rule. 60% of workforce which will be having an attitude and a desire to make supply chain the driver for business revenue, growth, and profitability. 30% will be the overall process improvement and changes, and 10% is new tools which will help us enable and capable to probably predict and hence prescribe the future outlook. I don't know, no one has a magic man to prescribe.
Thank you, Akhil. Thank you very much for the 60-30-10 rule. And I think it's a way of expressing the concern of supply chain forecasting and resilient forecasting, or resilient planning. Let me broaden the term. The very fundamental question that remains is that, where does forecasting sit in your supply chain planning now? because that's something which has to be decided. It's easier to say build in resilience. It's easier to say visibility and agility. But one of the most agile, and I think in the next panel we may discuss that, DDMRP approaches that people are talking about sits on a simple rule of the thumb order, that average daily use. Now that also has actually gone for a toss because you do not have the kind of predictability or linearity in the process of managing your so-called buffers as well as decoupling points. And decoupling points has been hit very hard. It hit to a 6 by the coronavirus. And I think that's where a large concept comes in. So let us look at this, and I'll bring in Anirudh. Anirudh, where does forecasting sit in your supply chain today? Because everybody is worried about that. Though everybody says forecasting is dead, everybody is doing forecasting. And they want forecasting to sit somewhere in a supply chain. So let's start with you, Anirudh, on that.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. I hope I'm audible here.
Yes.
So I think to me, there are three fundamental things, and I think Akhil put it forward, and I think Sanjay also put it forward. At the end of the day, what you're trying to predict is what's going to sell in the market, and if that product mix which you're going to sell in the market is going to make you money, right? So apart from saying whether it's forecasting, whether it's planning, there are three different things, right? So sales team has its own plan, right? So if you look at a traditional firm, a sales team has a sales plan. What is it backed up with? There's an accounting team which says I have an accounting plan. And then you get into supply chain, they say we have a supply chain plan. See, the fundamental difference is all three are not different, but unfortunately the way organizations are structured today, sales team believes they know what to sell and what will sell and how they want to sell it. Accounting believes that, okay, I have a number in mind, I'm going to meet that number. And then there's this supply planning team, demand supply planning team, which believes, well, this is what has been traditionally sold, but now you want to sell something else. Sorry?
Yeah, go ahead.
So to me, whether you call it whatever you want to call it, at the end of the day, if you are asking me whether sales team is right at predicting a number, whether it's the accounting team and whether it's the supply chain team, the ability to predict is not just a number, it's the range in which you predict it, right? So nobody is comfortable. If you look at the backgrounds, traditionally, these statistical and probabilistic models have been applied in manufacturing and in isolated cases, maybe to customer analytics, maybe financial analytics. At the end of the day, if you have to do a scenario planning, it's not just saying, well, let me figure out scenario 1, 2, and 3. That's easy to do. What you want to know is what probability to assign to each scenario. That ability to predict that, there is a human intuition piece to it. But in my opinion, if we are able to use history and we have inputs from sales teams, in that case, you have a better chance of meeting your requirements because it's not just one number. This is a range that we have to follow. And I think people are uncomfortable with this range concept because many of the people who have been in the industry or have been using these tools, techniques, used to get by because we had so much inventory. Even if we're not going to meet sales targets in this month, I'm going to meet the sales target in next month. So the mismatch between demand and supply is not just happening because, the methods are not predicting something. It's the behavior of individuals. What is being sold? When is it being sold? Which channel is being sold? What quantity is being sold? All that data to be crunched. Algorithms are better at crunching this. Okay, trust me, when somebody says, I can tell you what number it is, I think that people are fundamentally biased. And when you have to remove this bias from this, you have to rely on tools and techniques which are proven to predict. And that's where, in my opinion, the importance is absolutely paramount. Nobody's asking you to come up with the right number. They're asking you to come up with a range of numbers. And when it comes to crunching, whether you call it demand sensing, demand forecasting, if you have to crunch multiple factors, trust me, human brain cannot process more than 5 factors at a time. And when you're crunching 20 to 30 different factors across 100,000 SKUs, across thousands of retail locations, trust me, you will need help from statistical techniques, and you will need help from, and these methods have been in prevalence for a long time, Dr. Singh. It's not as if people have been using this now. It's just that industry has been late to adopt it. I think some industries are quicker, especially the one that I'm in is not really up to speed. If you look at traditional manufacturing, pretty late in adopting it, and I think still on that curve to try and adopt it. But the sooner you do, the better you'll be able to manage this uncertainty. question is about uncertainty. And if you're talking about uncertainty, there are methods, tools available where you can try and do that. And that fundamentals lie in probability and statistics. So you can't ignore it, in my opinion.
I think, Anirudh, you have just killed the question by putting everything together. So anyway, I'll come back to you with some questions in the second round. My only contention is that, people who are very critical of time series should also realize that AI, ML, or algorithm also are based on time series. But there is one advantage with AI, ML, because they're based on chaos theory. They do not work with the hypothesis predetermined. They create the structure of insights within the data, and that's the basic difference that has happened. Yes.
Yeah. So just to add, the fundamental fact that people believe that demand sensing is different from time series forecasting, I think there's a fundamental flaw in this. You still have to use past data to crunch the equation. The regression equation which you're trying to predict is still based on past. The only difference is that it's taking inputs in real time and able to tell you a lot quicker than what a time series would do. But fundamentally, anytime you fit a model to data, the approach is the same. You may call it ML, you may call it artificial intelligence. At the end of the day, it's trying to fit a mathematical model to it. And mathematical models learn only from history. Okay, so if anybody believes that I'm going to fit a model and something's going to come back and tell me, it's not just going to happen. You have to have some level of statistical significance in your model. Those coefficients have to be determined based on past. Otherwise, there's nothing you can do.
I think that's overtly pessimistic, though very positive in the beginning. This is a statistician in supply chain, slightly more with data science approach, but it makes a huge lot of difference. And I think, for the audience, I think this is the fundamental change. History will play a big role because history the length of the history can change. The way you built insight out of it through using new techniques, let me correct myself, new techniques would make much sense. But is it that, demand sensing is a very different exercise? It is needed. And the way businesses have organized their supply chain planning, I'm talking about largely MRP-based planning, which really goes on in businesses today. And this is why they have a huge lead time, a very long lead time, and they're suffering this. So I see this, and all of us see this one phenomena that every last week, if you're doing weekly planning or monthly planning, your last week is heavy. And if you're doing quarterly planning, your last quarter is heavy. I don't know how does that happen, because if you're really forecasting, that should not have happened. So this is one fundamental challenge that I see it across board, and good that when we talk to people in our training programs or in some intervention exercises, these things are coming up in a big way. Using AI ML is something which is important. But let me go back to Anirudh, one statement which is very good. Currency view from finance, pipeline view from sales, and customer service view from supply chain, I think is in contradiction with each other, though they should be one. And this is where I think I agree with a lady called Laura Serreri. She's fantastically written a paper on SLP where she brings this point clearly, says that there has to be harmonization, synchronization, alignment. The next panel on IBP and SNOP will really look at those harmonization issues. And I think this is where the organizational behavioral, as Akhil or Sanjay talked about, are going to play a big role. In terms of forecasting, why is range important, as Akhil says, and not a single number? Are we really missing the boat and saying that everywhere the range is important? I'll go to Avinash. Avinash comes from a very dynamic industry. So Avinash will be able to take us through this kind of so-called speculative forecasting that they must be doing.
Sure. Hi, everyone, and hello, Dr. Singh. So a couple of things, right? And I'll build on top of what Sanjay, Anirudh, and Akhil were saying. One, forecasting clearly still plays an important role. what it is used for differs in terms of, for different companies, for different industries, in terms of what is the kind of problem statement that everybody is looking to solve through forecasting. Let me take two extreme examples, right? And it's also a slight amount of shift that we have seen in the past of how forecasting was used earlier and how it's now being used. And I'll also take an example of what we do, let's say, in a very dynamic scenario like ours. So there are 2 or 3 things that are changing in the business scenario. One, businesses used to be mono-channel earlier, and they have now a lot of, at least in the CPG industry, they have moved to a omni-channel, multi-channel kind of businesses, right? And wherein the consumers then have a choice of buying from multiple channels, and it becomes a lot more difficult then to forecast. While you're not only forecasting for what product would be sold, what you also have to forecast is where would it be sold from, because forecasting then has to tie back up both either on the production, sourcing, planning, etc., or on the distribution, on making the stock available at the right places, right? So that's one important shift that has happened. The other important shift that has happened over the years is, and I think Sanjay was mentioning that, right, in terms of the Pareto rule, 80-20 rule, right? Planners used to focus more on the 80%, let go of the 20%, and there used to be a very specific exercise every quarter in companies where you would say, kill the tail. There's a 1% business being added by 5% of the catalog, kill that 5% of the catalog. The amount of effort that is needed to build that in a very deep distributed network, etc., is very, very high, and it's not worth having that tail. And that has also taken a shift where now that a lot of these products are being sold through omni-channel, companies can take a call and say, you know what, these are products which there are consumers for the products, but they're not supposed to be sold through a very deep trade environment. We would only sell it, let's say, either through our websites or through a e-commerce channel, and you would still want to have that range. And which is where, for example, the whole concept of endless aisles, right? The idea that Amazons and the Flipkarts of the world are having is to bring that range to the consumer. Whatever the consumer wants to buy, that should be available, right? So that is another shift in terms of forecasting, planning, etc., that has happened. Now, a link to these, what is it that's shifted in terms of how forecasting is being used? And in our context, for example, forecasting is critical, extremely critical. But then it used to earlier answer the problem statement on what mix would sell. I think one of the shifts that we have seen is it is critical still, but the mix problem can be answered differently and more through demand sensing, and I'll come to that. But what forecasting is still very, very relevant to answer is the capacity problem statements. What kind of capacities would you have to build in your entire supply value chain? One of the examples, for example, is, so we go through a lot of these e-commerce events, right? And to give an example, whenever such big events happens, the volumes surge by almost 5x, 10x at times. Now, if those capacities are not built, be it in terms of execution at the warehouse, be in terms of production capacities, etc., no company would be able to meet those demands. And which is where, if it is not forecasted for really well, for example, if the forecasting is done and the projection is that there's going to be a 2x surge, but subsequently you get a 5x surge, well, you're essentially losing business, right? So the problem statement that forecasting is solving in this case is different, but it is still very, very relevant. And to the point that you were mentioning, it becomes very critical then to try and answer in a certain range rather than being very, very precise. Let's say, the surge in capacities across ranges is going to be between 2x to 3x in one range, 4x to 5x in another range, so on and so forth. And that then gives you an answer to say, how would you build the capacities backend, be it in terms of warehousing. So let's say warehousing capacities now with a lot of these e-commerce execution is very, very differently built. All the units are unit pick. Earlier, what used to happen when there used to be month-end surges, it was still easier for the warehouses to cater to those surges because you're still doing case in, case out. But when it comes to direct consumer selling, you're doing unit picking, unit selling, etc., and which is where the capacities have to be a lot more linked, better planned well in advance, and forecasting then plays an important role. So forecasting answers that important problem statement. And I think in terms of the mix, one of the shifts that's happening is, and which is where demand sensing, which is still being tested, tried, etc. But demand sensing in a way answers to the mix problem statement, and that when it is tied with DDMRP, well, DDMRP essentially looks at historical sales. But then when you have these kind of spikes, etc., if the DDMRP is built on the sensed demand for the forward weeks, which still uses data. It is still better than just the historical patterns, which would not be able to take into account historical averages, which will not be able to take these things into account. So demand sensing essentially tries and helps answer the mix problem, and while forecasting helps and answers the capacity problem. And when these two are put together, essentially that's where within a supply chain, what to plan for and how to plan for that, these two problem statement essentially gets answered, right? So this is exactly what we also intend to. We are trying that. We are experimenting, learning, but that's the intent that we are working with in a dynamic scenario like ours.
That's interesting, and I think one of the statement that you made is quite an important one, where you say that forecasting is used for the volumes. I'll just put it in a traditional sense, and demand sensing is for the mix. I think within the process of forecasting, you have defined where forecasting actually sits, and even in dynamic product, you say that because of the demand sensing, one can actually bring in this particular thing. I won't go on the merit of the statement because it's highly debatable, but I'll take Sanjay's comment on this. Sanjay, and Sanjay also, your experiences with demand sensing, how demand sensing has been used in terms of bringing that intelligence into the organization to be more responsive and resilient.
Yeah, absolutely. So as I told earlier, this forecasting will remain while demand sensing will be used for more on a operational level to sequence the production and to manage the weekly demand. And you told very rightly, the one is for the volume, other is for the mix. So absolutely right on that. So now coming back to this demand sensing, and if we have to do, so this is based on the various experience what I have within the industry. So if we have to go for the, so we made a case for the demand sensing. So I'm not going into that why demand sensing and benefits. So by this time, we are clear there is a case for the demand sensing. But of course, this all will vary from industry to industry, organization to organization based on their need, because there is no unique solution which can be used all across. Now, if we have to go for the demand sensing, just I want to give a few of the things which I believe we should be considering. One is that a demand planning process, how matured is that process and how long this organization is there. So there has to be enough historical data, because probably we have emphasized our other panel members also. The history you can't deny, actually the history is required. So historical data we need to have. So that's why this is one of the prerequisite at what maturity level this planning process is. And second is that up to what level you want to map the downstream data. Do you want to take it all the way up to POS, point of sale, at a retail level or a distributor level? Now, if it is not a very fast moving kind of goods, then always for our kind of industry, I can say is basically distributor is good enough. If we know what distributor is selling, that itself gives a fair idea about what are the things we need to correct. And third thing comes to all this data which comes all the way from input from distributors. This all can be incorporated now, adjusting the weekly production scheduling or weekly production planning. So this is something which can be done, and I believe if we have and for our kind of industry, if we have a visibility up to distributor data, and if we have visibility how major micro or macroeconomics activities are happening, and other side what kind of sales intervention and competition activities are there, these are the good enough to bring a very meaningful forecast. Other thing, if I just want to add on a visibility, because we were talking a lot on a visibility. This is important, but of course we need to have a complete visibility of inventory, which is a very prerequisite now, and I'm sure most of the industry will have. We need to move towards there on a EWMS and TMS models too, because if you have a EWMS that has its own importance, and TMS will give idea about where this inventory on wheel is. So if we connect this, all the things probably we'll be able to manage or take the speed to market. So that is what just I want to put that way.
I think I'll come back to Anirudh this time again. Anirudh made a very strong and nice point. I think I said pessimistic only with a very different perspective on demand sensing. But what he meant was that they both are the same exercises. And I think that is very important to understand. How do we use newer tools, in order to understand and synchronize forecasting and demand sensing? And I think synchronizing demand forecasting and demand sensing becomes an imperative for supply chain. And I think that may answer our question. Avinash and you, Sanjay, have gone 80% to the extent of answering where does the forecasting sit, but we still are not very sure. So let's see if Anirudh brings in that intelligence into the picture.
So, Dr. Singh and panel members, what I feel is when we use the term forecasting, I think somehow inventory management and inventory models get kind of hidden. And it is assumed that, once I predict my demand to whatever number and even a range, if you would, I think Stefan and folks will talk to this in their own discussion following this. But to me, averages only predict a 50th percentile. Okay, so if I assume that my demand is normally distributed with an average forecast, I'm going to meet average demand. But understand that customers do not expect you to deliver 50% of their order lines. Customers expect you to deliver 90 percentiles and 95th percentiles. And in case of certain retail, they expect you to deliver within 99 percentile. That means they expect that 99% of the times when they come and order, you should be able to fulfill that order. A point forecast, which is basically in statistics, we use the term called point forecast. A point forecast is only reliable up to a certain percentile. So if you have a right skewed or a left skewed, you may benefit or you may be at a disadvantage. But I'm just taking a simple example of a normally distributed demand. Even in that case, the point forecast will only give you 50th percentile. The variation of demand is where the money is. And then add on top of it, if you have a multi echelon network, then multi-echelon optimization of inventory becomes a very, very powerful tool to optimize positioning goods in quantities and also maximizing your revenue and your part mix. So inventory modeling based on the underlying distribution of demand, whether it's smooth, whether it's lumpy, whether it's intermittent, whether it's sporadic, what forecast at the end of the day will give you one number and maybe a range in which you can play with. Inventory models, when we add the service level component to it and say, I want to deliver X service levels given this demand distribution, your models become your saviors. That is the only way you can prevent yourself from the variations in demand. And variations are omnipresent. I mean, if there is one thing that's common is variation. If you cannot capture variation, whether demand or supply, I think your ability to meet your customers and having stockouts and minimizing stockouts is very limited. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that inventory models play a very, very important role. It's not just about forecasting, it's what models do you use to stock and where to stock. And I think that's fundamental to the whole practice as well.
I think that's a brilliant point because though you made it highly multi-echelon, friends in DDMRPU say that, okay, let's have a buffer and decoupling points and let's use the ADU. They made it more simpler in the sense. But I think a lot of insight, Anirudh, thank you for that. We missed the boat by not understanding the underlying, statistical insights. And our most of the modeling is done on the basis of mean and standard deviation, even for product which has a long tail. People with product which are totally normally distributed, for instance, if I have to look at Mahindra 60 horsepower tractors, I would say that good enough. I can use deterministic model. But if I have to look at Kisan or iKisan, you call it, then I said, oh, it's a long tail, range will matter. Whether the product is actually continued or not, I don't know. I don't follow Mahindra to that extent, but once upon a time, I used to do that. So I think what is important is to understand where does the product lie on the tail, long or deterministic. And I think this is my opinion, even with Stephen, that was how we should really look at it. We should not outrightly exact statistical forecasting. I'll give you an example. For Asian Paints, we did some work in 2000 time. We looked at peak to average for their product, and we found that around 40% of their total market sales are peak to average, actually happening in the period between September to November, and April, May, June. When you looked at April, May, June, it was the second harvest. So rural income made huge difference, and also the marriage season. It's very qualitative. And marriage season is a qualitative factor. And we found that deterministic models work. But when we moved a little ahead, causal worked. And inside out causal, what we used to call that time, is become a demand sensing today. And the third, responsiveness matter, because in all product where you cannot forecast, and I think there is a big debate on coefficient of variance as forecastability, but where you cannot forecast, you need to build in this make to order, where someone rightly said, I think it was Akhil, into the process so that you can respond well. So I think this is where the forecasting has to be really put up in a better way. But going a little further and looking at one of the questions, Anirudh answered it well. He looked at the modeling part of it. He says why demand forecasting has to be what it is. New tools are better, as all of us know, because they read your algorithm, they bring insights, and they provide more insight. They are not biased like the deterministic models or data sciences, which says that I test the hypothesis. So that's a fundamental change, and a brilliant tail the AI ML will bring into this thing. And you can use more intelligence by building in your probabilistic forecast, as Anil said, and that could be a basis for your inventory deployments. That's the function of forecast. But when you go to a demand planning review, I think it's a subject for SNOP and IOP, but I would put it this way. How do you use forecast, demand sensing, forecast management in the process? And I'll ask them most, let me start with Akhil. Sorry, Akhil, I just moved away.
No worries. Can you repeat the question once more?
I say that when you go to a forecast demand planning review in a SNOP, what should be the relationship between forecast, demand planning, and demand management?
Right. And that's a brilliant question, because whatever we discussed in last half an hour has been about forecast, and every company has a target on forecast accuracy or forecast bias for that matter, right? For example, I mean, we used to, at ABI, used to have a forecast accuracy of 75 to 78%, which is good, which is not that, I would say, with some CPG players which are at 85, which I would say is world class, and above 75, 73 is good forecast accuracy. The problem which comes is when you go into the demand planning, to your point, there are a lot of biases, and some of our friends also tried telling it here, that there is a particular regional bias, there could be a volume bias, there could be a bias on a particular long tail, because someone had an innovation and it was their baby, right? And you cannot just say, okay, I don't have capacity, and hence I will be, rationalizing this as KU. And hence, when DRM or demand review mechanism happens, whatever level of forecast you bring, what gets challenged is what you're leaving as supply chain. Because as Anirudh was saying, for us, a sales team is a consumer, right? They want 99.99% OTIF. How can you not supply me that particular 12 cases of a particular thing becomes a question. And that's where the entire SNOP process gets hijacked and not get complimented for 99.9% which you gave, but discuss for 0.09% of what you could not deliver or you don't want to deliver because it's not profitable. So what becomes important here, Dr. Singh, is DRMs or demand reviews should use these statistical tools. More importantly, those silos, which again, one of our co-panelists said, I have my financial outlook, I have my sales revenue, I have my this thing, should all go towards a company benefit line.
All
what
right,
do you want to do as a company?
Thank you,
think
Akhil.
that's the biggest thing to deliver.
I think that's a very good point. We would be covering that in the SNOP and IBP this thing, but let me come back to this. One of the fundamental challenges, I'll go to Avinash, is to place where forecast is within demand plan and demand management. And what should a demand planner get to the demand planning review? Now, let me make it more specific to the panel.
Sure. So, and one of the things that so again, I'll pick up from the examples of, what we are seeing in this dynamic environment, how demand planning and forecasting, how are these tied up and what role does it play specifically from a context of a demand planning review? One of the things that I see where it impacts a lot is, let's say there is a statistical forecast that's generated, and that statistical forecast is based both on the historical data and the demand drivers that have been plugged in. Now, and there's a certain output. In a demand planning review, there is a marketing team, there's a commercial team, and they have a certain business plan for the month, right? A lot of times what used to happen earlier, right, was, okay, this is the forecast, statistical forecast that we have, but this is what we think would happen. And then there is a consensus plan that gets generated, right? Now, there is a slight shift that's happening. Again, I think it's WIP, work in progress right now, but this shift is what I see making a lot of sense in how the forecast is being used. And this shifted towards the fact that the conversations around demand planning review is, okay, this is the statistical forecast that we've got. This is the business plan that we have. Now, if there is a gap, and there is a gap filling exercise that has to happen, which typically is, there are different terms being used, demand shaping, gap filling, etc. But how do you fill that gap? And the conversation, if it is around the demand drivers that were used for forecast, what do we have to do? So we have done a promotion, let's say, of X percentage. What if we do a promotion of Y percentage? Would it help us fill the gap? Would it help us? We have run a promotion, a price of, if we do a combo, would it give us a different demand number? Now, obviously technology plays an important part in terms of doing these simulations, but I see there are no perfect answers, but still some output which can be used for these conversations. And the conversations are a lot more around how do we fill the gap between a statistical output and the business plan that we have? What do we do with different demand planners demand drivers to fill those gaps? And that is where demand planners then add a lot of value in those conversations by saying, okay, and obviously what adds value is to say, historically, if you have done those plans, right, how did they, what kind of outputs that they gave us, etc. And that's where the right planning tool enables some of these conversations. But that's where I see forecast really fitting in the entire planning system to say there is a statistical number. It's based on historical data. If you don't change anything, we might end up doing something close to this, right? But the business plan is Y. Now, to bridge the gap between X and Y, what can we change and how can we use data to arrive at what would those impacts be?
Thank you, Avinash. I think that's interesting. Let me add quick. Forecast can be a baseline forecast. Demand sensing brings the insight from the market and also brings the insight from the past. As you use algorithm for what is the impact of discounts, what is the impact of schemes, what is the impact of promotional program in the past, how they have worked, why they may not work, all those discussion. And I think once this is done, this is called demand plan. And if demand plan variability is used as a basis for understanding the feasibility of the process, is much better than forecast accuracy. Because that's where we use accuracy. And as Akhil said, 80%, 85%. But I see when I go a little granular, then you have 20% error. But when you go granular, some of them have 15,000 to 1,500, 800. So I think granularity is becoming a very important thing. My friend Stephen will take a brilliant presentation is coming after this by Stephen. So that's it. But one last question to Sanjay. Sanjay, there's a question from the audience which is not answered in all our discussion, which says that what new forecasting techniques service logistics demand planner can adopt, meaning a 3PL can adopt for distribution system, for transportation, warehousing, and things like that. Anyone can add it up, but Sanjay says we work till distribution, so maybe that is a good way to look at it.
Yeah. So now we have a connected TMS. So TMS is a one option available there where we can do the transportation forecast. And it talks about in a particular lane how many trucks are required at what frequency. So and planning tool has got an inventory deployment model. So now when you have forecast in, it throws that this much inventory to this point, and in turn it will get into a TMS, and from there it gives the forecasting for the truck. And if we have a feed into that 15 tonner, 18 tonner, 20 or 27 tonner, whatever it is there, because many times based on that product mix, if you have very high mix, number of SUs too high, probably you need to compromise on a total big load, and then you have to send a smaller truck to meet the product mix there. So there's all things, tools are connected with each other, and then they are keep on talking to each other, and that is what it keeps correcting. But at a budgetary level, at a month beginning, you get a fair forecast for how many trucks in which lane and at what size, and it keeps correcting on a weekly basis. So this is my input to this, and I just request other panel members if they have something to add on.
Anyone to add on? 1 minute we have for the class. Yeah, Anirudh.
So I think to Sanjay's point, the transportation management system, both on the inbound, outbound side, takes the same feed. So depending on a distribution plan, once you've decided your forecast and you've decided your inventory, then your replenishment planning system triggers this. And I think if your TMS is connected to replenishment planning, what to pick, when to pick, and what to dispatch and how to dispatch, all of that can be done in TMS systems as long as they're integrated, which I think is going to be a topic of next discussion as well. I just want to point out that, see, unfortunately, what happens is each level or each point in the node tends to aggregate demand that they see, okay? And they use that as an indicator of what needs to go. However, there is only one demand signal. At the end of the day, you may have 3 channels and you may have customers all over the place, but the demand has to be one only. So when you decide what to sell, it cannot be that distributor has a level of plan which is different. Then our distribution plan at the manufacturing facility is different. And then whatever sales as a plan is different. That forecast has to be one. It has to be a unified forecast. Once that is done, I think all your systems are connected if you have them in place, and that can tell you the exact visibility of what needs to happen.
Perfect. I think once you know how to forecast e-commerce and omni-channel, and there's one single number that can be derived, and you can fulfill that with different DCs and different organizations which serve these markets, it can happen. I think forecasting will have a big role to play. Actually, it's demand planning which will have a better role to play. And if you can actually agree with demand planning, where forecasting is a steady rate of growth indicator and a lot of other analytics, I would say, which are used in capturing past behaviors, behavioral dynamics, and its impact on mean demand and standard deviations, as well as new demand sensing tools can play a big role. Another factor that we really need to look at is causal factors or regression and macroeconomics. How do we impose them? And not many organizations do this. And it is very critical for most of the companies sitting here. I see 2 agriculture, 1 lifestyle, and 1 automotive supplier. So I think this is something that is very important. Thank you very much, Akhil, Anirudh, Avinash, and Sanjay, for such a lovely discussion, and hope to have you all next time. In fact, we intend to do a demand sensing workshop. Actually, there's a lot of needs to be understood rather than, it is a very generic word today. And so I invite all of you there to contribute. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Pleasure all ours.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, panel.
It was an interesting session and very well summed up by Dr. Singh. Thank you so much. I would request all the speakers to kindly go backstage. And moving ahead, let me invite on stage Stephen de Kock for a talk. Stephen de Kock is CEO of Vahuka, a supply chain software startup in Atlanta, USA. He has a long career in all sides of supply chain, performing many different roles in many industries. He spends most of his time in demand, inventory optimization, manufacturing, and integrated business planning. So, Stephen, we invite you on stage to give a talk on taming the long tail, managing the intermediate demand, the post-pandemic case. Over to you, Stephen.
So, hi, I'm trying to turn on my camera. That's not working, but I'll start sharing my screen.
Yeah.
And let me try one more time if my camera also will work.
Your screen is visible. It's only the camera.
Stefan, it's too early in the morning. Have you had your coffee?
I have actually finished my coffee. Well, we're going to have to do it without camera. It worked fine when we tested it, but this morning and Zoom seems to have an issue. So,
No worries.
all right.
Over to you. Yeah.
So today I'll start with a very quick recap. I've spoken at the last Senate on probabilistic forecasting, and I'll spend one slide just explaining what is probabilistic forecasting so that everyone's on the same level. But anyone who missed it in the past, they can always go to my LinkedIn, which I'll share at the end, and dig in deeper to what probabilistic forecasting is. So just in recap, if you compare a probabilistic forecast or probabilistic plan to a deterministic plan, the typical deterministic plan would be a statistical forecast, but a judgmental could be as well. You're going to have a history in green here that both types would share. This is weekly demand, clearly very seasonal, and a statistical forecast would produce this this blue line that you see here in the left chart. If we're talking about a range forecast, that too is deterministic. That would add these red lines, and the range forecast assumes some residual error distribution, and that's how that those numbers are come up to that that make that red line. If you look, on the other hand, to a probabilistic forecast, you're going to predict a whole distribution of what the demand can look like, and you see these shades of blue here that are simplifications just graphically to indicate that a lighter shade means it's a lower probability that you'll end in the ranges that are lighter blue, and then as you go darker blue, that indicates that you're have a higher probability of hitting a number like that. So if you hear the forecast is always wrong, well, it's because we predicted one number. You said it was going to be 100. If it was 99, you're already wrong. Only a little bit wrong, but you're still wrong. Whereas the probabilistic forecast will tell you what's the probability that you're going to hit a number. So if we take a look at what's assumed here, on the left, you'll see that these ranges are equally wide on the top and the bottom, and they assume a symmetry. In fact, most will assume a normal distribution or Gaussian distribution, whereas on the right, you see a more realistic distribution that also changes over time. And that's a key misunderstanding. People think that a statistical forecast will be a time series of numbers, and then that a probabilistic one will be one single distribution. No, a probabilistic forecast will be a time series of distribution. So you can clearly see that the uncertainty here at high season is much different than the uncertainty here at low season. If we take a snapshot, take one time point in time, you can clearly see that normal distribution, the blue curve, now the quantity is along the horizontal axis, and the probability of hitting that quantity is on the vertical. You match that against how historically demand panned out, and this is the residuals so the difference between the forecast and the actual. You can see that in a lot of cases, the normal distribution that's being assumed is predicting that there's negative demand. You're going to have to chop that off or truncate it to zero. That causes a bias. So even though you're saying your forecast will on average be 100 in this time period, by chopping off or truncating your negative portion of your distribution to zero, you're basically putting a bias into your understanding of uncertainty, which you're later going to put into stuff like inventory plans and so forth. So that bias will remain and will disrupt all of those plans. And on the other side, you're going to underestimate the chance that you're going to get high levels of demand. And the only way to deal with that is to remove these as outliers. And now you are underestimating your upside uncertainty of demand, and you're going to start hitting inventory levels in reality that do not match or service levels in reality and demand levels in reality that do not match what you predicted or what your model predicted, your forecast predicted. You compare that to a probabilistic forecast, the whole purpose is to just to fit the whole distribution. If demand is never zero or never negative, it will be non-negative. If you have a skewed distribution, it will fit that. So there's no need to do outlier removals other than stupid stuff like someone put a decimal place in the wrong spot. So the whole concept of outlier removal goes away, and you can actually plan for these high levels of demand should they occur. So this is the correct representation of reality. That's really the crux of it. That's the whole reason why probabilistic methods are being introduced, is because we found that the model of reality is not close enough, and we need to model it better. So if we switch to the long tail, if you would take all of your items that you have in your portfolio and rank them from the fastest moving on the left to the slowest moving on the right, you'll get a distribution like this, often referred to as a Pareto type distribution, where maybe 20% of your items are fast moving and they account for 80% of your volume, and the remaining 80% account for 20% of your volume. This is really typical. But this is not a demand distribution, just to be clear. This is just distribution of your items. If we look at the fast moving goods here, if we look at those demand distribution, there's a very small portion of the very fastest moving items that will actually behave normal or close enough to normal. But even in that fast moving section, a lot of them will already start showing that behavior that I showed on the previous slide, which is more of a skewed distribution. Once you get into the tail, things start getting really hairy, right? So you're going to see intermittency. So the probability that you're actually going to have zero demand in a period is non-zero. And the further you go, it starts getting more and more intermittent. At some point, you'll have no choice but to take some kind of discrete view of your uncertainty, because the continuous ones don't match closely enough anymore. So if we then look at what does the Amazon effect do? Well, the Amazon effect, customers require shorter lead times, distribution centers need to be placed closer to the customer to provide those lead times. And if you need to supply these distribution centers and these customers daily or weekly, the forecasting at a monthly granularity doesn't cut it anymore. So your granularity is going to go down. At the same time, the customer wants more options in their product, so your portfolio is growing bigger. And the result of all of that is that your demand gets more and more fragmented. If you imagine demand of, say, one order a month, the moment you look at it weekly, well, at least 3 out of 4 weeks will have zero demand. Right? So even if you have non-intermittent monthly demand, suddenly you'll have intermittent weekly demand. It's the same demand, we're just chopping it more granular. So all of that makes forecasting and planning a lot more difficult. And what we see that even in fast moving goods is that basically that whole long tail becomes longer and longer and the head becomes smaller. And nowadays it's no longer Pareto. 95%, even in fast moving consumer goods, find themselves having of their items are in the long tail by volume. And if you look at revenue, even more than half of the revenue is coming from that. So you can't ignore it anymore. So looking at the normal conditions, so this is the conditions that are not post-COVID or during COVID. The normal disruption is, the normal assumption is already causing disruption. So if you look at these distributions that we see, as we, the further right we go, the further intermittent we go, we see that it's an increasingly bad reflection of reality. That normal assumption starts breaking down more and more, and to the point where the most intermittent items are, by most companies, considered unforecastable. And just to be clear, in the probabilistic world, there's no such thing as an unforecastable item, except maybe items that haven't been forecasted or haven't had demand more than once. Right? There's nothing you can do there. But if you get demand roughly once every quarter or once every year, you could still forecast it. It will just have an extremely long tail and an extremely narrow head. But it's not unforecastable. But the problem is these items start being managed by rules of thumb. We're not forecasting them anymore. We're just going to apply some rules in inventory and in manufacturing and just run with it. They're too hard to do anything with by humans. And the effects that you then tend to see if we do an inventory level setting, safety stock levels, we'll see that on one side, we have too much of all the wrong products. This is inflating our inventory. And again, that gets worse and worse the more discrete the item gets. And on the flip side, there's other items where we don't have enough product and we get stock outs. And we have to bend over backwards to expedite, do interdepot transfers, break into schedules to still get close to the service levels that we thought we were getting. But we're not getting them in reality. And so I've seen many cases where customers they said they were aiming for 95% service, but they were only achieving 90%. And then if you dug deeper, you saw, well, that 90%, 80% of that came out of the inventory that was targeting 95. There was a 15% drop. And the other, the range from 80 to 90 was covered by enormous amounts of firefighting and expediting. And of course, that comes at a tremendous cost to the business, whereas the inventory should have provided that 95. And if you're doing any expediting, well, that should have been to just get to the 100% and not to get to the original target and missing that. So if you look at the effect on margin, well, with lots of human effort, we could probably still make those A items, the top items that we have, profitable. But then once we start getting into B and C items, the slower moving ones, we see margin erosion happening. What we really want to do is stop this erosion so that whatever margin we can grab from these really good items, that we can keep that. So let's switch. So that we've been talking about normal conditions. Well, let's take a look at how does this apply to post-COVID, right? So to do that, first we have to understand what kind of uncertainty we're talking about. So I grouped it roughly in these 4 segments. On the top left here, we're dealing with things such as a pandemic or a Brexit, all these major external impacts that are out of our control. Top right here are the major internal impacts, like should we expand into a new geography? Should we start a new product line? These are decisions, but they're still big. On the bottom right, we have the recurring variabilities. When we run our business, demand doesn't come in the way we expected. This is what I've been talking about in the previous slides. And then finally, there's the recurring misalignment. Processes are not aligned with decision silos, conflicting drivers, there's latency in getting information, all that kind of stuff is here. If we look at the Amazon effect, well, Amazon being in the market, doing what they do, that's an external impact. As a company, if we decide that we're going to follow suit and we're going to reduce our lead times, that's an internal impact. And then we have to deal with it. That's suddenly it's becoming part of our recurring variability. That's the bottom right. So the Amazon effect really has an impact everywhere. So if you think about quickly what the differences are between these sections, the ones on the top left are very rare. They're out of our control. They're huge. The ones on the right could still be major. We're expanding a product line. They're uncommon, and they're strategic, but they're under our control. We could do something about it. And down here on the right, these are more of the minor stuff. That is the recurring stuff. And here on the bottom, this is where we get recurring data. So this is where a probabilistic forecast or probabilistic plan has all the information it needs to just run independently. But once you get in the top, we're starting to see gaps. More on that later. So if you think about, well, what approach should we apply to everything? Well, all these companies are talking about efficiency and process improvement. Well, that's in that bottom left. That's really where you should be. The probabilistic view, and this becomes extremely important once we become intermittent, once we're in the long tail, because all those assumptions that we've made aren't holding true, means that our plans and our targets that we put on paper don't pan out in reality. We're seeing that gap. And so now we introduce the firefighting instability. So the probabilistic operational level processes are all about closing the gap, that if we say we're going to do 95, we're actually going to get 95. We're not going to get 80 that we now have to battle, right? All the decisions that we're making, the major decisions, do we run a promotion? Do we open a plant? Those are all targeted on growth. And now the big one related to COVID, of course, is we want resilience. Why weren't we ready for this, right? Why are we running out of toilet paper? Some things like that you really can't do anything about. But it's, that's the hard one. If we look at the planning focus, on the bottom left, we're just trying to stop the bleeding. These are things that we should be controlling, right? We can get rid of inefficiencies through change management. We do have to do more on integration to get rid of the silos. But to achieve value that we're projecting, we're in the bottom right. If we want to drive and grow our business, that's where we're going to be in the top right. And this is really where, if we're talking about what can we do with COVID, this is where it's going to happen. We're talking about probabilistic scenario management. The black swan event, the one that the pandemic happened, that already occurred, right? It hit us from left field. We couldn't do anything about it. But now that it's here, we can plan accordingly. That's the top right. Now, I'll show one slide to show how a probabilistic scenario might look. The system types that we're having, again, when we're in the operational on the bottom here, it can be extremely automated. But once we get to the top, the purpose of the system is not to be autonomous. The purpose is to help humans make better decisions. So we get to the left, it's going to be more about human design choices. Do we want to go into Asia? Do we want to go into New Zealand, Australia? Where do we put a distribution center? Is it worth it? It's all the human design things. If we hear about machine learning, that's all on the right. So both in the recurring stuff as well as our own scenarios that we can run, what should we do, digital twins, that's all here on the right. Okay, so very quickly to give an understanding, this is the last slide, to give an understanding of how are things changing. So historically, we've been here at the top. We've got point forecasts. A historical demand leads to one single line. People have been starting to talk more and more about range forecasts. These are the two deterministic options that we have. We just take that naive assumption of a normal distribution and say, now where's our confidence limits on them, and we can project them. And then the probabilistic forecast, basically making no assumption on the distribution. It fits that distribution. That extends into plans. So you might have a frozen period similar to the history in the plan, and then you have the part that you can influence with your plan. Again, most plans these days are at the top here. You're making time series. Next month, we're going to produce 1,000 cases. Next month, we're going to produce 1,100 cases and so forth. Range plans are pretty uncommon, and probabilistic plans are even more uncommon, but they're getting a lot of buzz. So my guess is 5-10 years from now, most planning will actually start to be happening. New software will be in that area. And then to take it to scenario, right? This is where, if we want to deal with COVID, we're going to say, hey, what if, so we've got a big market in, let's say Taiwan. What's the risk that they're going to get hit by a peak in the summer, right? We know that COVID is there. It's now a known unknown, as Donald Rumsfeld called them, but we still don't know when and where they're going to hit. But now we can run scenarios. What if this happens to this market, that happens to that market? What happens if? And you can make a best case, a most likely, worst case, maybe different kind of options. But every scenario is still a single line, right? When we're talking about probabilistic scenarios, we're now saying, yeah, so what if Taiwan gets hit by a COVID peak in the summer? Well, there's still a range of options that can happen. And so now you still get full uncertainty information, even given your scenario, right? And this is, it's not so much related to the long tail. Every product will struggle with this, right? Even fast moving goods like toilet paper have struggled because of COVID. So it's not necessarily limited to long tail items, but long tail items are always more difficult. So they have all the same problems as their fast moving peers, but everything is more difficult. But when it comes to the effects of COVID, it's just another impact that they have to deal with. So both the head and the long tail, we really got to go here. And if you hear stuff like prescriptive analytics, you want your system to tell you what you need to do, it should be clear you cannot do this in a deterministic way. If these bounds have these huge errors, right, you're missing your service level target by 15%. How can the system be prescriptive if it's got such a huge error? So you got to get an accurate reflection of reality first. So you got to go probabilistic, and only then does it make sense to be prescriptive. Otherwise, you're going to just ruin the business that follows that directive. So in conclusion, I think if there's a message that that I wanted to convey here, one, you got to model reality accurately. You can't just take a rough approximation and then find the very best solution in that rough approximation. You're going to be horribly wrong all the time. What you want to do is model that reality as closely as possible, and that includes the uncertainty. Don't naively assume that the normal distribution will be sufficient. It was bad and it's getting worse, and it's going to get tremendously worse. But know what kind of uncertainty you're dealing with, and then use the right tool for the job for that type of uncertainty. So thank you very much. I don't know if we have time for questions.
Yeah, maybe Stephen, we can take it offline. I don't see any.
Yeah. Jaisal, I had a question. This is
Sure, please go ahead.
Stefan, if you could just talk to the audience about how you can achieve even 100% accuracy by using the probability of a forecast. That is a unique, in my opinion, thought. If you could just expand on that.
Good question. So it requires us to use different metrics. So just like we need probabilistic forecasts and plans, we also need probabilistic metrics. So just using a MAPE or an RMSE, we're just judging that middle point again. There's no use in that, right? If we're saying we're putting all that effort into making the distribution right, we have to measure the distribution. So as Nassim Nicholas Taleb said in his book, The Black Swan, is if you predict that it's going to rain tomorrow with 30% probability, if it rains or doesn't rain, you don't know how accurate you were, but you have to look across time. If you said 30% probability, were you right 30% of the time? Right? What did it rain 30% of the time? And then of course you got to do it for every percentile, not just for the 30th percentile. So we got to measure it properly in a different way. And then our error becomes, if we predicted that there's a certain curve of our uncertainty, did that match the curve of the actuals? And if there's a difference in those curves, that's the error. It's no longer the error between the average and the actual, it's the error of the whole curve. So it's a different kind of accuracy. And then I think 100% accuracy is never achievable. But when you have like server uptime, we're talking about number of nines. 99% uptime guaranteed, that's 2 nines, right? 99.99, that's 4 nines. I think we can get there in accuracy in forecasts as well as how many nines, right? And then what's remaining, that distribution, that's not error. That's how precise you can be. right? And the idea is to get as precise as possible, make that distribution as peaky and narrow as possible, because we can make better decisions if we can get it narrower. But there is a limit to how precise we can be, and that's dictated to the business, by the business, right? There's nothing we can do other than change the actual way we do the business, right? Concepts like Lean and Six Sigma change how you do the business. Those will help you get the actual distributions to be narrower, and then our forecast distributions should start to reflect that. Hope that answered your question.
Yep. Thanks, Stefan.
Thank you, Stephen. It was great learning and understanding how Amazon effect can be addressed by probabilistic forecasting. Thank you so much for coming down early morning and sharing your insights.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you. I would request you to, if you could stop sharing the screen. So, all right. Thank you. Thank you once again, Stephen. And moving ahead to the last session of the day, a panel that would discuss organizational agility, a relook at SNOP, IBP, and scenario planning. And I would like to invite on stage Vivek Sarbhai, Senior Director, Supply Chain, Thermo Fisher Scientific, Rahul Avasthi, Executive Vice President at Dabur India Limited, Ebbe Thomas, Associate Director, IBP at Kellogg's Company, Dr. Ravi Prakash Mathur, Vice President, Supply Chain at Dr. Reddy's, Shekhar Tiwari, Managing Director, Supply Chain and Network Operations at Accenture, Aanchal Sood, Director, Global Center of Excellence, Digital Supply Chain at SAP, and Dr. Rakesh Singh to lead the discussion ahead. Once again, let me thank 3SC Solutions and SAP for supporting us for the Synod, and Aanchal, thank you for supporting us for the Synod. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Good evening, Dr. Singh.
And nice to see all of you on a Saturday, ready to discuss one of the most important topics in supply chain planning and supply chain strategy too. We have experts here in terms of Vivek, Ravi, Shekhar, Rahul. The question that often comes to our mind is that, given the disruption of supply chain, both on the demand and supply side, which makes it an end-to-end problem, how can SNOP and IBP processes contribute towards minimizing and mitigating the risk and its impact, and also building organizational agility and organizational capability in terms of building behavioral resistance and change management resistance to such impact of uncertainty on the overall business. Everywhere we have been seeing this researches which says that in organization is the functional silos that have really been problems in terms of adopting anything. We heard in the second panel someone clearly saying that there is a kind of silos in terms of sales who believes in pipelines, supply chain believes in customer service, and finance believes in currency. And I think there is not much of synchronization, harmonization in most organizations. Also, in fact, my observation is that when we start talking about SNOP processes or IBP processes, many organizations feel that they have SNOP and IBP processes, but I heard quickly somewhere that we also have a dynamic SNOP over the other SNOP, and I felt that dynamic SNOP was overriding the overall this thing, just to facilitate the marketing organization whims and fancies. So there are different levels of what you call it as processes that are available, and SNOP and IBP has become a common trend. Many organizations are practicing this. I thought I'll call upon Vivek. Vivek has a huge experience of IBP across multiple geographies to, explain us what does it mean and how is it different than SNOP, because a lot of people here do not understand the difference between SNOP and IBP, or is there any difference? Vivek?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. And am I audible? Just to check.
Yes, yes, audible.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Singh, for giving me the opportunity. I think there is a big difference between SNOP, what normally we perceive, and IBP, though it's a natural evolution of SNOP process, integrated business planning. And I think the key difference I would say here is basically 4 areas. One, the planning horizon is much longer. And when the planning horizon becomes longer, you need every arm of the organization to be part of it. A typical SNOP, if you look at the word expand abbreviation, it is sales and operations planning, whereas IBP is integrated business planning. So the business, when you substitute sales and operations with business, you actually include every arm of the organization. And every arm of the organization gets into planning only when the horizon is longer. So I think that's a key difference, first of all. The second difference is that it's at a very, very aggregate level. When you go far-sighted, you don't have to be very accurate or SQ level. So you need to be at an aggregate level. So that's the second difference. The third difference is that you start to make decisions, not just in short term, which is an SNOP arena. You start to make decisions for long term. And when you start taking decisions in the long term, the role of finance becomes very important, because then you are doing investment decisions, you are doing pricing decisions, you are doing CapEx decisions in the IBP process. And therefore, financial appraisals equally become very, very important. So these are largely the big differences. The fourth one I would say is the focus of the discussion is not on the current issue which we are facing. The focus of the discussion becomes more on the assumptions. What are we learning, on our ability to have the right assumptions? What are the risks and what are the opportunities we need to catch up? So assumptions, risk, and opportunities are far more important than the numeric numbers which are on the slide or the sheet. Definitely, there is no denying the point that today and tomorrow and a week and quarter and a month is equally important. But then there are separate processes which are running that time horizon. And you don't need a lot of senior management involvement in running a shorter duration, unless you need a very a decision which is not in your rights. You have to go higher levels. So that's a whole culture, and it actually requires a big cultural change. And I think it starts if you move from SNOP to IBP. The biggest challenge is the change of behavior, because an organization is habituated to run a process in a certain manner, and then you are trying to say that you have to integrate the bottom up with the top down, increase the horizon, get everybody involved, and make a very strong cadence, discipline, and formal approach around it. It becomes a massive change management challenge when you move from SNOP to IBP. So never underestimate that, the kind of change management challenge it will bring along, the kind of systems and the kind of simulation tools you should have to do the scenario planning, which is equally important in IBP. I think these are some of the capabilities you also need to bring together, develop together as an organization before you embark on such a journey. So this is more of a very high level explanation to the difference between IBP and SNOP, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Vivek. I think that was very well put. Let me move to Sekhar Tiwari from Accenture. Sekhar, if you could, let us know your experiences in the domain of SNOP and how SNOP has been useful in organizations that you have looked at it or consulted for.
Thanks, Dr. Singh. First of all, thanks my fellow presenters. Always an honor to be here. I'll take just 3 to 4 minutes, Dr. Singh. The SNOP is going on and is pretty effective, right? But when I was going through the presentation of Stefan and the way he was articulating the entire piece, right? If I can summarize that into the one slide, which was actually his last slide, right? Is much more closer to the scenario planning, right? And then last, let's say 8 to 10 quarters, 8 quarters for sure, right? Is what we have seen is SNOP is a combination of SNOP plus the scenario planning, right? And what I mean by that is that depending on the geography, how the pandemic has impacted the business in which geography, basis that you had to correct the forecasting, right? Or correct the entire numbers game, right? And there, the scope of being siloed is gone, is history. If you're still trying to run in silos, you are dead by now, right? Why I'm saying what I'm saying is that, let's say if you're doing the business in the North America side, right, and your ability to move the stocks or let's say the finished goods or whatever, right, between the China, Thailand, India from that side to this place. Yes, they are open and vaccinated, but if this side of the world is blocked, you're dead any which ways, right? The cost of, let's say the shipment is going up. So, you'll have to have a situation that, how much you can afford to play in terms of money with, right? Your marketing and sales category in case of retail, they are like very, very adamant that this is the window we are getting and not sure when it will going to get locked down. So come what may, we will have to achieve this, else we are going to lose both the marginal contribution as well as the share, right? And the SNOPs have become very hectic, at times heated and very, very dynamic. And that's where I thought that, it's a good idea to say that, you have an SOP, which is, historical or traditional, and nowadays saying anything traditional is very, very risky because is yet to come back to normal. But then you'll have to take those strategies, take those, I'm so sorry, I'm just putting it on silent. Put the strategy and everything else into play. Figure out was the play available, and literally I'm saying the play available is like play available. Like in India itself, when we were talking to some of those factors and fellow supply chain leaders, the wave 3 will happen or not happen. A lot of things were riding on that, right? And obviously, nobody knew, and so far so good, right? So it's coming back to the normal, right? But I think for the foreseeable future of at least 2 to 3 quarters, this combination is going to continue. You have no option but to figure out what needs to be done. Where are my sources of supply? What's my demand going to be? What is my alternative source of supplies, right? What is my must play, right? And then one thing which has come up is with the help of AI and ML is that the class B and class C is not literally class B and class C anymore, right? Because, earlier the class Bs and Cs were ignored because of the lack of efforts. I mean, the kind of efforts you needed were magnanimous in comparison to the results. With the use of AI and ML, you can afford to play that, play both on the money, which is the inventory side of it, and the forecast, right? Or, if you can figure it out. Also the standard pattern of, this time series and everything. If you're going to have the window available of only 2 to 3 quarters, and let's say in case of India, Diwali is just right across the corner, right? And then Thanksgiving and the Christmas and other things going to follow. Like it or not, it's a very, very critical time for us, wherein we can't afford to miss our supply chain practitioners as well as the numbers, which is critical for organization to deliver in their Q3, Q4, and the other quarters. So I think there is no ready answer. When you talk to automotives, the things are different. Electric vehicles, EV is another problem there, right? You move towards, let's say, the aviation sector. Earlier you can manage with maybe 2 or 3 global distribution centers. Now you need to have slightly more because again, the movements are getting impacted. I think for the next 4 to 6 months, it's a kind of hybrid solution which will come into play. And the probability forecasting, I think, has some very, very interesting principle which can be applied. It's going to be much more closer to the industry, getting to know what is impacting the competition. Are they in a better place versus, not so better place? can you take your chances? Yes, you'll have some of the methods which can give you the risk ideas, but it's a CEO's nightmare kind of a time frame wherein they have to put that money and punt, saying that, this is where I'm going to score. And the finance needs to back whether we can afford that kind of risk, because given the money, supply chain can produce and, supply chain and manufacturing can produce and make everything available. Is it worth it? And where are you going to play? So that's what we are seeing, and practically over the last 2 to 3 quarters, this is what we are seeing and talking. And some new parameters, which I think in terms of the forecasting, maybe, whenever you do this demand sensing workshop, I'll have maybe, 30 minutes to talk about some of the new things which we have tried at the time of COVID. I hope that answers to somewhat.
Yes, Sekhar. Good point. And I think, let me go back to Rahul Awasthi. I have seen them doing a very robust S&OP processes for so many years in HUL. Now he represents Dabur here. I think, Rahul, if you could take us through both S&OP, IBP transition process, how it started and what are the challenges at that point of time and how they've changed now.
See, first of all, before I go into what the journey was working with Unilever and now with Dabur, I can say that I can clearly see that the boundary between IBP and S&OP is blurring very, very fast. What we do in IBP typically that we plan for a 1-year time horizon, 3-year time horizon, and all the functions of the business participate in making that IBP plan, because that is based on a scenario planning, which is a long-term scenario planning. What we found, particularly in FMCG industry during COVID, that the external context is changing so fast that we are seeing scenario which we have never anticipated during IBP process. And hence it is really extremely important that some of the elements of IBP, particularly the construct of our S&OP team, really changes so that we can plan S&OP very, very dynamically. And I will give you a few examples of this. In the IBP process, we have colleagues from marketing, sales, supply chain, R&D, HR, and finance as usual. But in S&OP, we have members from sales and operations team who do the short-term operations planning. What we found during the COVID is that it is extremely important to integrate some of the functions which are generally represent IBP into the S&OP process to really plan for scenarios which are emerging on the roll. Every day you do planning, every week you do planning, you change, you see the context is completely changing. Some of the examples, like we talk so much about resilience and agility. Take an example of a formulation. You want to give a product to a consumer and there is a formulation defined for it. No matter how resilient you become your procurement team, there is no way you can arrange a particular material because the entire supply chain is disrupted. You need to take help of R&D team to devise alternate formulation while giving the same benefit to the consumer, so that you, even despite disruption in your supplies, you should be able to supply that material to your consumer on time. Take another example. We talk so much about our capacity planning, and in many panels we talk that we need a capacity bandwidth to play, because we cannot anticipate demand very, very properly. But the technology team who works actually on capacity creation can tell that the lead time for capacity creation can be from 6 months to one year, depending on what product we are talking about. And hence, when there is a sudden surge in demand, technology team has to be involved to get the solution to make our manufacturing facility flexible. Like, can you make hand wash in your shampoo manufacturing facility? Can you make certain products in a manufacturing facility which is designed for some other product? All those kind of scenario planning can only happen if we have an involvement of all functions, not only in the IBP process, but in the S&OP process as well.
Dr. Singh, you're on mute.
Sorry. I'll bring in Dr. Mathur. He's already come here. So what is the importance of scenario planning? Because both Vivek and Rahul have talked about scenario planning, including Sekhar, and how scenario planning are playing big role in pharma industry. Because I assume you have been clearly in favor of tools that also provide you with a lot of scenarios. So if you could bring some brighter aspect of that into the discussion today.
Yeah, thanks for that great question, Dr. Singh. So, before I actually jump directly onto that question, I just like to kind of discuss the progression of the concept. As we have seen it over the past many years. SNOP, as we know, has been seen more as a short term, like a single quarter tactical planning, where the sales and marketing and the supply side of the supply chain, they meet and give a visibility. To extend a little bit, longer, some organizations also talk about complete year. Okay. Now, the problem over there is that even if it is like a single year thing, your other teams that are there in the organization, they are not actually working to the same plan. Okay. So there is a finance team that is always challenged by giving an accurate prediction for where your numbers are going to be, both in terms of profitability and in terms of your top line. Okay. Now they have their own predictors, they have their own systems, and they have their own processes, and they create a financial outlook, right? Then based on your supply plan or your production plan, your HR people are also lining up resources to work in your factories. And like Rahul said also earlier, your long-term capacity planning also has to be brought into the picture. So when you're actually integrating all these things, and taking the discussion not from a single quarter visibility of your supply plan, but extending it, number one, across different time dimensions, a 3-month horizon, a 1-year horizon, a 3-year strat plan, a 5-year strat plan, and a longer plan will also have inorganic moves like acquisitions, closing of geographies, acquisition of brands, acquisition of products, new revenue streams. So when all these processes, they work to a single number, it is not, it's easier to say we have to break down silos, but how do you break down silos to the extent that your numbers are same? The number that the supply chain team is giving is the same number as the CFO is giving. If you reach that level and your HR is planning according to those numbers, your materials are getting planned according to those numbers. So when your entire organization is working to a single number, then you can say we are working on an integrated business plan. Otherwise, it's not an integrated business plan. It is a supply chain plan with a better name. Okay, now coming back to your question of scenario planning. Now there are two ways to look at it. One is, of course, a discrete event scenario planning. Okay, for example, your marketing people are out there and trying to get some tender. Okay, or they are trying to get some new customers that need to be acquired. Now these are discrete events which are very definite outcome. You can model that in as a scenario, which is not very difficult. Simple story can be done even with the existing tools without too much of sophistication and too much of new technology acquisition. You can do it. There are tools that enable you to model in that scenario. Okay, now the difficult part is what we also heard Stephen talk about in his earlier presentation, that your demand is not a discrete event always. There is a probability attached to it. Okay, so do you have a mechanism in place? Do you have tools in place where that probabilistic, whether it is normal, log normal, or Poisson, or whatever distribution you want to try? Okay, are you able to create a plan for that? Okay, having said that, that is still just a part of the story. Okay, and I think Rahul or Vivek already talked about it, because in today's scenario, it is not only the certainty from the demand side that is hitting business, it is also the uncertainty from the supply side which is hitting business, because your vendors are operating in geographies which are under lockdown. Okay, your suppliers are not able to supply. Okay, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay. So your suppliers are not able to supply. The lead times, because of transportation and logistic kind of issues, your lead times are are variable. Okay, your shipment, you do not know when your actual shipment will arrive. So here, what we are referring to here is there is a probability of not only your demand, but there's a probability you need to model for your supplies. Now that is external. There's a probability you need to model for your capacity. You don't work for 80%, 90% of your capacity all the time. You need to model in for the variability in your yields. Okay, so now when you have a probability into a probability into a probability, you're looking at a data set, a data set which has probably 1 million or a couple of million data points. Okay, now you cannot crack that data set unless as an organization you have capabilities to analyze them using ML and AI. Okay, so I don't think there is any tool out there in the world right now that allows you to model demand uncertainty along with your capacity uncertainty and your lead time uncertainty and your supplier performance uncertainty. That is still next level. There are people who are doing projects as pilots in organizations, but we are not there. We are not there for a long shot. But to your question of scenario planning, to the extent simple probability distributions can be modeled in, and you have a discrete response from your planning system because your capacities are modeled in a fixed way, that is possible. And people are doing it right now, but still people are struggling. But I think over the next year or so, these processes will mature and they'll streamline. But next level scenario modeling, where you have a probability of demand multiplied by a probability of supply, we are still some time away from that.
Thank you, Ravi. Let me bring Anchal into the picture. Anchal represents a technology company. And, there's a lot of talk about connected planning as an alternative mechanism to bring in visibility and also integration. So, Achal, I would like to hear from you the role of technology in terms of bringing end-to-end visibility and also aiding IBP SNOP process.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Singh, for having me here. It is great, one Saturday afternoon and evening well spent. Great insights by all the panelists. See, when we talk of planning, and all of the panelists have mentioned silos, and yes, it hurts. But the point is, what is the purpose of planning? Planning itself, it doesn't have an objective. The objective that we are working towards is on time in full. The objective we are working towards is cost to serve. Right? Objective we are working towards is maybe there are some strategic initiatives and we are supporting them. They may not be OTIF and cost to serve related, but broadly those are the objectives. Now, if we look at planning, how do you know something is a good plan or some organization at SNOP is doing good? It's very difficult to quantify it. One of the main reasons for that is planning is one part of the equation. The rest of the equation lies in the downstream processes. So you have not only, as Dr. Mathur mentioned, it's not just about demand and supply variabilities and scenarios, but you also have complication in terms of you plan for something, were you able to execute it? And if there are issues in the downstream processes, be it in the production plant, be it in the arranging the transportation, how do you get that feedback back into your plan, revise that plan, or know what will be the impact and subsequently what changes you need to make? So that is where planning itself, the point which I wanted to share is, it's not an end in itself, planning. It is there to serve the larger business objectives, which also includes the subsequent processes. And that is where the direction we are looking at in terms of technology is, yes, planning, algorithms, scenario, all are good, but how we can tie these processes now with the downstream processes, that is your production detail scheduling, that is your transportation management, and get that feedback, right? The feedback from suppliers, the feedback from transportation, the feedback from production. So in synchronized planning, the concept that I want to share, we are looking at doing your midterm plan, sharing it with, detailed scheduling, the plant looks at it, and when they adjust a schedule and when they finalize as per priorities, this is the sequence we are going with, or these are the confirmations we are giving you, how to get that feedback back into the planning process so as to close the loop, so as to make sure that when we say planning and we say a good planning or a mature sales and operation planning, it is cross-functional, yes. It is taking into account the uncertainties at both ends. It's a challenge. I agree with Dr. Mathur that it's multiple options there. We have started the journey. That's what we are working towards. And the third part being, as I mentioned, synchronized planning. How do you execute a plan take that feedback and be able to adjust it, take it into cognizance, because it is like a circle, the whole planning, rather than one-dimensional flow. And one more point, Dr. Singh, which I want to share about sales and operation planning is, see, listening is very underrated. In organizations often, and I think one of the colleagues, they mentioned the 60-30-10 rule. I think it was Akhil. 60% is the human part of it, right? And that's where I want to emphasize the listening part. How do we make sure that when there are constraints or certain things cannot be done, how do we gather that information across different individuals, and how do we make it easy? Because saying that including finance, marketing, sales, R&D, HR, it's a massive exercise. Yes, it can get hectic, it can get heated, but how do they get hectic and heated on the right numbers? And how do we make it easy? Because business, in the scenarios, what will happen, in the probabilities that will happen, that is where the business needs to spend time, and not in getting the picture of truth, like what is happening. Many times what we struggle with is, in terms of technology, if there are different systems, the whole argument sometimes becomes is who has the right number. So in terms of SNOP, in terms of technology, I want to emphasize the whole aspect of, one, listening, second, simplicity of being able to use an application, and third being having a number where everybody's looking at the same number. So the argument shouldn't be about who's right, but more about what are the probabilities of things happening, what is your input, and what is the plan that we are taking. So this is where, in terms of the technology growth also, the sophistication of algorithms have a life and they will continue to grow. But what is more important is also, as organizations mature and every departments are different, it's a living thing. So as organizations mature, how do we take people along? So in 60-30-10 rule, people are very important. SNOP, definitely the heart of it is people who adopt the technology, people who use it. And that is where we need to take into account that the factors, one, we take the whole holistic picture, and secondly, we make it easy to consume, easy to use, and people, the business feels in control. So they spend their time in the value added activities rather than, sometimes it happens. And technology wise, for me particularly, it's very interesting is the both dimensions. One, technology developing and how it can support business, and second is take people along, keep it intuitive enough, simple enough that people can use it. We are in the age of WhatsApp, right? We are in the age of devices, and that is where the enterprise level technology also has to go, where it's intuitive and simple, and we don't get struggle with people adopting technology.
Thank you, Achal. I think that was insightful. Let me bring Abhay from Kellogg into the picture. Abhay, you have been coming to our demand planning forums quite often. So I'll ask you another set of questions which puts the debate on a different track. What are the current challenges to IBP process? Our SNOP processes?
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Good to be back on the panel after a long time. I think the foremost challenge that still remains, and I believe it still remains, it's a challenge that has always been there, is sponsorship for IBP process. To me, IBP process to be successful, has got three legs. One is people, the second one is the process, and the third one is tool. I think the biggest challenge is on the people front. And it is in terms of sponsorship. So when we say integrated business planning, it has to be integrated. And unfortunately, we can call it the way we behave in organizations, what we respond to, until and unless the C-suite sponsors IBP. I think it is very difficult for it to find root and grow. So you need executive sponsorship for IBP. I think that's the first and the foremost challenge. I don't know how many organizations are fortunate to have a C-suite sponsorship. Otherwise, I believe that it's very difficult for the process to find root and strengthen. I think the second one is we find ourselves very excited with tools and technology. Unfortunately, we're not that excited about people. I think the practitioners itself, including myself, right? How well have we evolved our own thought process? Are we agile in terms of our own learning? Are we in a process of continuous improvement? So for factories, for example, if I look at any manufacturing facility, continuous improvement is a theory that is practiced day in and day out. If I were to take that question back to a planner fraternity, is continuous improvement a part of our thinking? Is it a part of the goal that we set? Now, we could argue that an improvement in MAPE or bringing the error down is continuous improvement. Honestly, I don't think that's continuous improvement. That's at best tactical improvement. Continuous improvement is when you're questioning the process and you're finding out that what part of the process is not working and why it is not working, and what's the transformation that you want to make, in which technology can play a part, in which people could play a part. I think we have very.
I think we have lost Abhay, but I'll take the discussion to Vivek. Vivek, I think Abhay, I'll come back to you later now. With the break, I've just moved on and I'm integrating Vivek Sarabhai. Vivek, what Abhay has said must be a lot of truth in organizations. How can organizations actually deal with getting the behavioral dynamics of the organization in place to make IBP a strong process or SNOP a strong process?
So I think Abhay was spot on actually when he talked about executive sponsorship. Actually, I would say don't even attempt IBP if you don't have an executive sponsorship. You will end up frustrating organizations. So if you don't have it, don't attempt it. But if you have it, then it becomes your sole responsibility and accountability to make it a success. Because what I've observed in my last 7 years in IBP role is that once you are able to get IBP embedded, then it becomes a language of the business. So people will say that I have taken this decision in IBP meeting, or this was the IBP number. So the language of the business changes. So that's a good side of it. It is a big change management effort. There's no doubt about it. But once it's done, it's very, very important. The second way to tackle that is that supply chain should never attempt doing IBP by itself. It is almost designed to fail. If supply chain tries to drive IBP by itself, it won't succeed. So you need a coalition or you need an allies around it. And I think the best ally for IBP in my experience is always finance. Finance is very, very critical because finance is where the CEO or the head of the organization also gets involved. And in any organization, whether it's a multinational organization or any public limited company, they have to give a guidance of the forecast or the future. And IBP, I will not say is the panacea or the best process, but it is, if you have an IBP, your ability to hit your guidance is far, far superior than if you don't have an IBP. So I think that's where the CEO and the CFO gets involved. And I think that's the way you have to sell that process capability internally in the organization. Then you have to, as I said, you have to keep building the coalition. You have to get into marketing. Marketing is fairly, evasive when it comes to S&OP, but it's a very important function. It's very extremely crucial function. So the selling point to marketing is how do you get your portfolio management process integrated in the IBP so that any new products they're launching or any new development they're doing is well integrated in the plan so that there's no miss on timelines, etc. So I think that's the selling point or value proposition for the marketing function. So once you have marketing and finance with you, the rest will follow, if you ask me. These are very, very strong functions in an organization. And if you've got marketing, finance backing this process, I can tell you certainly CEO will be backing it.
Thank you, Vivek. I think that's spot on from you. And I think portfolio planning becomes a very important element now, but I'll come back to you on that question in this third round. Sekhar, what are your views on making any such kind of organizational agility important and also successful? What are the prerequisites for that?
I think the sponsorship, is the spot on, right? Everything else follows, right? I think, Vivek was saying that becomes the organization's language. How do you make that happen is the key to success. Change management is the key, right? And unless it's sponsored by the top with at times a little bit of iron fist, obviously, need to have the entire analytics, the reporting, kind of a probabilistic business scenario. All that you'll have to build. But once we start speaking that language, and everybody is following the same thing, then it start happening. So my first thing would be that, the critical success factor. The second thing is, what if, generally, we talk about the plan B or plan C, right? But generally the plan A, everybody is aligned. Is the plan B wherein, start making compromises, right? And that's where, that's where also we see, when we are about to implement the plan B, the entire process kind of starts getting redesigned, or entire discussion starts all over again. A minor discussion is fine, but if you start changing the entire process and rebuild the numbers, then it's not a plan B, right? And no organization can move that fast. If you're moving to a plan B, that means a situation is a little critical and you're short of time. You try doing everything all over again, I think, we fall. And the third thing is the capability, right? So the first thing is that the sponsorship, second thing is the alignment for the number, and the third one is the capability. Both, capability of the people and the tool which is giving the situation. I think as long as you have those three things, things will keep moving faster. Sooner you can respond to the changes, better it is. Yes, Rahul, please go ahead.
Oh, you complete, Shekhar.
No, I'm done. More than three is anyways, nobody remembers. So please shoot.
Yeah, just want to add my thought on what Shekhar said and Vivek has said. And in Unilever, as Dr. Singh has said, entire IBP and SNOP is really a very evolved process. And I can share my insight is why it is so successful. And it has a backing up to CEO. So Mr. Sanju Mehta actively involved himself in IBP planning and all those. Is actually, and Dr. Ravi Prakash has shared that there should be one number. But I have a certain different point of view. I think it is successful because the organization goes behind two numbers. If you have to get a buy-in of marketing will never commit to a plan wherein there is a slightest chance of failing on that number. And hence they will always undercommit. And then it always become a challenge to create capacity. So what we have done successfully while leading SNOP and IBP, that the actions we have divided into two buckets. There are one set of actions which has shorter lead time, like storage space. Like some of the things which can be done quickly. For those things, we gun for the committed number or budgeted numbers. But there are certain things like capacities. Some of the categories, the capacity creation lead time is 1 year. If you design your capacity utilization for a number which is an under-committed number, in case organization gun for ambition, you will eventually fall short of capacities and struggle on service. And hence, as a part of IBP process and SNOP process, very upfront on the table, we decide this is the number, which is a budgeted number, which is a committed number, which goes to the parent company, which goes to the shareholder, because your share prices depend on your performance against your commitment. But as an organization, we will be probably gunning for 10% more. And hence, for long-term actions, you need to plan for ambition and not the committed number. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. I think that brings a lot of insight into this particular debate. For want of time, I thought I will just move into the next issue.
So Rakesh, I think I'd like to kind of respond to what Rahul said about having two numbers.
Please go ahead.
Having these multiple numbers actually beats the entire objective of IBP. If every function tries to have a 5% buffer up the sleeve, then 5 into 5 into 5, then the entire exercise actually fails. So what is actually required is you have to agree to a consensus plan. So the plan is the way we do run IBP is we don't work on a single number. There is a system generated forecast number. Then there is a marketing views to it. Then there's a supply planner's view to it. And then people trash it out before it is frozen. That is what is called the consensus plan. And before you freeze the consensus plan, you run all the scenarios you want to run and then agree to it. Now, even that might change, but there has to be a process. You can upgrade it. Maybe before the quarter closing, you still want to review it, or before the month ending, you still want to review it. But nobody can keep a buffer. One internal target for one team and one for the board and one for the CEO. I don't think that is the I'm humbly submitting that.
I think you misunderstood what I said. When I said buffer, it is a complete consensus number up to CEO, and you can plan your capacity in two ways. You can say that I am working for this volume, and these are two volumes, or you can say from a standard calculation sheet, my ideal capacity utilization comes to 75%. But to give organization a lever, I want to operate at 70% and keep that 5% capacity buffer with me. But it has to be signed off with all the stakeholders, whoever is skin on the table. So it is not about buffer. It is having very upfront dialogue of what the organization want to invest to gun for that ambition.
Yeah, but there has to be a consensus number, and there should be
absolutely.
And CFO, these are the guys who are hitting the board, right?
Yes.
So the buffer needs to sit only buffer needs to sit with the CFO, and that's it. And you're done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dr. Singh, back to you.
This is interesting because Vivek has a view on this. If he can really bring about, I saw it in a presentation somewhere to all.
I think everybody is I think saying the same right things.
Yeah.
I can just put a technical spin to it.
Right.
Consensus is in IBP defined as a 50-50 forecast, which is a forecast which has got 50% chance of hitting or missing. And I'm not saying 50% deviation. And a financial forecast is basically a 80-20 forecast, which is like 80% of the time you will hit it and 25% of the time you may not hit it. As I said, it's not deviation. It's a technical spin to it. I certainly believe that there should be two numbers because the performance appraisals of people, the credibility of the organization is equally important. As I said, as everybody was saying, that behavior is very, very important. We need to take care of that aspect as well. An organization cannot be seen missing numbers consistently. The best organization can do is to keep hitting the numbers and keep dialoguing with the people who are going to judge them and keep them aligned as well. And I have seen in Mondelez when I was working that there was a transparency about 80-20 or a 50-50 number with the senior management. But it all depends on the personal networking people have within the organization. But it was not kept secret, the hedge. Even in my current organization, I know the hedge. So it's not a secret, everybody knows it. But it's basically to take care of, in today's world, when it's a VUCA world, we should know a little bit of buffer and we should know the reasons for that buffer.
I'd quickly like to add on what Vivek said, and also to your earlier question about how do you drive it, and we spoke about sponsorship. And I think Vivek made a very important point about behavior. So there's an old adage that people behave the way they are measured. So, if you're measuring different teams on different KPIs, you will never have alignment. So I think first and foremost is the scorecard or whatever your performance evaluation systems you have. If you have a different performance evaluation system for marketing and a different system for supply chain and a different, different KPIs in a manufacturing team, you'll never attain that alignment. So to get an aligned behavior across teams, of course, top sponsorship is required. That sets the tone for the organization, but also you need to have a proper evaluation system where all the teams are also, walking to the same beat.
I think there is a consensus in all that we see. Organization needs to have their business growth aspiration plus the forecasted number together. That is what HUL does, to bring the two numbers together. And it has a huge transparency and acceptability in the organization. I think I was looking at the inventory turns of most organizations as a basis of performance. I think HUL is far ahead of the rest of the FMCGs, and I think their SNOP process till the time Mr. Banerjee was there, I knew it was quite a robust one. Moving to the next question, and I think this should be one question which is important. I'll start with Anchal. Anchal, what is your view of the changing scenario in terms of uncertainty where the short run is so important? And how do you sit the short run in the long run? IBP maybe is a long-term process. How do you sit that into the long run? And what actually will determine this process of change management or learning in organizations? Or as Vivek calls it, relearning in organizations.
Right, Dr. Singh. I will start with, we talked about in your question, we are looking at how the plan fits, right? Long-term, mid-term, short-term, and the changes.
Right.
So something that recently, this pandemic has done has put not only supply chain, but planning function itself in the forefront. The whole synchronization of how you are going to execute, the whole synchronization of processes, the decisions is now in the forefront. It's not just a back-end operation. It is that important because change is the only constant. Change will happen. I love the discussion on probability forecasting, on how we need to shift from numbers to the ranges, because forecasts will be wrong. What we are planning will be wrong, but how wrong would it be? What is the probability in there? If certain events happen, and whether we use, the scenario planning as it is today, or as Dr. Mathur said, we put some AI ML algorithms which come up with, in both scenarios, what we are looking at is what is the readiness and organizations need to keep to incorporate the changes, and how flexible, how agile you are in terms of changes come, whether it's increase in volume or whether it's cancellations, how fast it trickles. If it's one department, very easy to do. When we are talking of multi-departments and expanding to planning and execution along with suppliers and customers, it really becomes very complicated. And that is where the differentiator lies in how those changes are trickled. And that is where we also need, coming from the technology angle of it also, how do we make it easy for systems that we are using that changes happen, new channels come in, product portfolio changes, supply chain partners changes. So how easy it is, and whether supply chain has the systems to be able to absorb that change, to be able to communicate that change through multiple nodes. Now, coming to the second part of your question, which was about planning. There are many decisions in supply chain. Some of them, as we discussed earlier, they have lead times, right? Any decision, whether it's capacity increase, whether it is the volume changes, whether it is new businesses. So there are decisions which long-term planning is taking, and those they are kind of guide rails, the long-term planning. When we narrow down the horizon and we come towards the execution, those guardrails have to be kept intact, because that is a direction that the leaders have taken. Within those confines, with those direction, how do we come up with the midterm plan and keep those into account as we go towards the execution? This is where, the planning itself in isolation, a function, even though you involve different stakeholders, there is limited success. That is where right from getting an order or the long-term planning, planning for that demand, the demand comes through, and now what is the life cycle of recognizing that demand, confirming against it, assigning it to the right location, letting production know, production prepares it, how does it go towards, from one end you get the demand to you satisfy the demand. So this is the point is of synchronization in planning, which is involving many parties, many systems, and the challenge continues to remain, how do we do it uniformly? And how do we get, as we mentioned earlier, visibility becomes very critical here. If it is one system, one node of supply chain, easier done. When it happens across the chain, optimizing one leg of the whole process will not yield much results. Then the whole process is not only your algorithms or your planning has to be good. How do you tie this end-to-end story? How this end-to-end story happens digitally, is supported with technology. So you know about what is happening, right from the demand to delivery of the goods, like you said, which is the last leg of the supply chain, the last mile delivery. When you have that visibility, that is how you're able to control, your and bring together your long-term guardrails of the plan to midterm and to execution. So at SAP also, like I said earlier, synchronized planning is one direction very critical to us. How do we bring this visibility at the same time, right from an order confirmation? How do you tie the processes with planning and to detailed scheduling and ultimately to the delivery? All of this happening, in an integrated fashion, in a truly connected way.
Thank you, Achal. I'll go back to Vivek on this question. And Vivek, you wrote one article for us for SMPro Knowledge on this very topic. That was very early time of pandemic where you and Manish put up a very thought-provoking issues on changing IBP. So if you could just put some thoughts on that.
So I think short-term horizon, if you ask me, is equally very, very important. So I mean, though in my opening comments, I laid emphasis on long-term, but I think short-term is probably extremely important from the perspective of, and if I have to be philosophically correct, forecasts are not wrong, they are incorrect. Assumptions are wrong. Assumptions is where the focus of the organization is. Unfortunately, when you are in a short-term horizon, you tend to discuss that you committed a number you did not do. Whereas the discussion should be, what was your assumption and what went wrong? And what do we need to learn from that? So that we can factor that in our plans for today as well as for tomorrow. So I think short-term is very, very important. And in COVID times, I think short-term is extremely, extremely important because the things keep changing. Even today, though we are coming out of COVID, I mean, at least in my organization, I'm experiencing a lot of challenges in supplies, semiconductor crisis. We are experiencing, because we are supporting vaccine manufacturing, the surge in demand. We are not able to service demand. We are trying our level best. I mean, at my level, I'm chasing orders so that we can supply to the vaccine manufacturers in India. There is a huge supply challenge. So every day, I mean, short term becomes very, very important. But I think as an organization and business leaders who are responsible for IBP, we cannot be cowed down by the fact that we have to always be in the short term. We have to find a way. And world is like this, the life is like this, it will keep throwing us new scenarios, new events, new kind of disruptions. But we need to be not taken aback by that and try to find a way. And I don't have a prescription on it, but try to find a way. How do you integrate the short-term learnings into making a good, robust long-term plans?
I think that's spot on. And I think that is where the planning has to be synchronizing short-term, mid-term, and the long-term. And obviously, it has to be facilitated by well-orchestrated teams which are aligned to each other. I think we are coming close to it. I'll ask Abhay to share his views on future of these processes. And I'll ask each one of you to put 1 minute so that, we can get your final input on where organizational agility is important and how processes can facilitate that. What are the most key important elements that you see? Yeah, Abhay.
I think the foremost would be the speed of update. So it's a continuous loop. How soon are you picking up a signal and how well is it being fed back into the system so that the next iteration is a much more evolved iteration or a stronger iteration, I think is the first and the foremost. The second one is what's your backbone? Can you carry that stimulus through the entire organization? So how are you going to do that? And where is that effort? I think those two, if you're able to get it right, over a period of time, iterations will become stronger and we will have better. I think those are the two that I'd watch out for.
And Dr. Mathur.
I think we are all talking about the same thing. I think IBP is definitely the future, and to properly understand it, that it's going to be in integrating processes, multiple processes, integrating across streams, integrating across different time dimensions, across geographies. And, like when the entire organization is on a single plan, that is when I think we will have achieved the true vision of IBP. I think that is future. That is one. The other thing is that a lot of these technical solutions which are there off the shelf, which work with a little bit of implementation and configuration, they still are not able to solve all the problems. Like we're talking long term, we're talking big things, but all the problems of the short term are still not solved even by technology. I think those gaps will have to be filled by people like Anchal. They have to fix those issues which are there still there in the system, and some of them will not be fixable by standard technology. That is where you will still need to patch up by using very local builds using ML probably, because a lot of these problems are not linear. I have said that earlier also. So to take care of these non-linear problems, you'll need to bring in ML builds in parts and pieces so that your standard technology architecture works and blends with your AI ML build. So that's I think that's how the complete landscape will complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravi. Sekhar, your take.
See, there are multiple tools and, the practices were there and will come a few more. But I think the interest of the industry and interest of your own organization with a combination of strategy and execution, how you are going to be nimble and how you're going to be agile, to meet the requirement of your own organization. One size fits all never works. You might be in the similar industry, but what's working well for you, keeping that very, very close and at the center is the key. And I think, those 5 or 10 or 11 wise men who are deciding that inside the boardroom, and then the core leadership team which is executing, they need to be aware of that point. Wherever we have seen that we are going away from our USP and our strategy, we start fumbling, right? So my only request to everybody would be saying that keep an eye on what we are out to win for, right? And how much is the common platforms, technology, forums, practices are supporting that versus where do I need to draw my differentiator? That's the balance which you'll have to figure out, and then we are good to go.
Thank you.
And that's what we keep try doing.
Thank you. Rahul?
Yeah, one of the thing, and I completely am aligned with what Vivek has said, that we should really bridge the gap between short term and long term, and we should utilize our learnings, what we got during the COVID incident and so many turmoils, to really bring in those agility and resilience in our chain, so that we are not bogged down by short term. And what I see in the organization, even in the top leadership, during the COVID, the acceptance of investing behind resilience and agility has increased because people know the value of resilience and agility. We should utilize this opportunity and really put forward actions which are relevant to our own organization and invest behind those actions on resilience and agility, so that we don't keep on just planning short term and managing short term and put our focus away from the long term, because both are equally important.
Anchal?
Yeah, Dr. Singh. So, see, people, process, and technology, all three of them are a continuous journey. So, I'm sure colleagues will all the panelists will agree that on all the three fronts, it's like working with that spirit of continuous improvement. So we have to take people along. That is the training, softer part of it, communication. How do you build trust? How do you bring everyone to the same number? There are the processes. They have to be simplified. I love the argument that we had on the process itself. So continuous improvement is not just the metrics, but also questioning the basics. Are we doing it in the most simple way? Is there any other, how do we simplify these processes? I think that is one. Definitely, I would want to mention the simplification part. And third is technology, which is the adoption. And in the sequence, technology could be one. I mean, I love the example of SLR or any fancy devices, or even you can take example of a treadmill. Technology or a product is a product. But how do we bring it to life? How do we use it to our advantage? How do we continue learning it? That is the part. So technology will keep evolving. Along with that, processes and people are the two angles which we will need to take along in order to have very robust, very strong SNOP processes.
Thank you. Vivek?
I think from my side, the key learning has been that, over the period of time, people have tried to improve planning. But I think after COVID, the whole focus has shifted towards improving agility, which is basically a response to a changing situation. And so the what is very clear, that how do you make it more agile, the supply chain, but I think the how is what is going to be the focus. And to me, the how is about digitalizing collaboration. And if you digitalize the whole collaboration in the organization, it will reduce the manual effort, it will free up the intellectual capacity of the organization, and it will automatically make you interact, being transparent, taking empowered decisions. So all will follow. And I think that's where the role of digital supply chain comes into play. And digitalization, again, should not be supply chain led, it should be enterprise around. So I think for me, the key word is digitalized collaboration.
Thank you. I think agility and visibility and overall focus from business strategy will take organization to the levels of resilience resilience capability that's required, and for that a complete synchronization of functional areas is important. Thank you, Shekhar, Abhay, Vivek, Anchal, Rahul. If I shouldn't forget anybody, and Ravi Prakash.
Ravi.
Yeah. So thank you all for such a illuminating discussion on this, and making the myth of IBP and SNOP very clearer to people as to where we are moving and what role do they play. So thanks a lot. Over to you, Jason.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
everyone.
all the panel members.
Thank you,
Amazing
everyone.
insights, and it was really interesting session this evening. I think the day went off well, where challenges of demand and supply chain planning were addressed. A lot of important points were discussed today, which were necessary to be addressed when an organization is moving from a deterministic planning to more resilient planning. We heard discussion on managing demand insights, and also insights on more focused, resilient forecasting. And of course, we've heard a lot of insights from all of you from IBP and SNOP process and scenario planning. So I think the day went off well. Thank you all the speakers for making it happen. And I would like to thank Dr. Singh for leading the sessions from afternoon till the end very well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would also like to thank our